Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Day 4 of the ADAPT International Convention 2021. My name is John and I will be your host today in room number 2. It is the last day of ADAPT 2021, so buckle up, prepare your notes, because we have an amazing lineup of speakers ready for you. And actually, I would like to know from you guys, which speaker are you guys looking forward to the most? With that being said, let us commence Day 4 of the ADAPT International Convention 2021.
One of the most defining characteristics of the pandemic, especially at its onset, would have to be the shortage of everything. Of course, we remember back then, there was this great debacle and crisis over the lack of toilet paper. You go into the supermarket and everyone's fighting over it. It's just essentially out of the shelves, water and all these other things that we find there. Not to mention the more essential items, for example, many countries actually lacking PPE gear. And of course, the rush of the world to secure these essential equipments. The pandemic has really given us such an experience, and really the sense of this doomsday and the fight over these resources, even at the supermarket, is something I don't think we'll forget anytime soon. And yet now it's been 2 years since the pandemic, and many countries now moving towards hopefully the end of the pandemic. What is so fascinating is that the shortages have actually remained. And now as we're rolling around Christmas, it is evidently clear that it is still very hard to get your hands on many things. There has been a massive shortage that has been with us, that is now moving with us towards the recovery period from the pandemic. So today I thought I'd talk a bit about it. This very interesting case of how the world is essentially still short on everything. And I want to really look at what has happened, what has caused this, and what is the future outlook from this. Why is it so difficult for us to still get our hands on things? Surely, as the world is now moving towards recovery and now generally easing and opening up its economy and the world and trying to get a semblance of normal life, why is it that we are still experiencing the shortage? And to really answer these questions, we have to look at the global supply chain. Now, what is a supply chain? The supply chain is essentially the invisible pathway between how the goods that you're looking for was originally sourced, manufactured, and created, and then how it is transported through a logistical network to eventually reach you, or whoever is buying. Now, before COVID, the world sort of worked like clockwork. You could essentially go online, you could click a few buttons, and eventually after a few days, and usually very quick, especially domestically, the item will arrive home and you get it. You wouldn't even think about the supply chain. It is practically magic. But what the pandemic has done has really challenged this invisible pathway. It started firstly with the fact that, of course, all the goods that we have are manufactured, are created somewhere. But as the pandemic hit us in 2019, many manufacturers around the world were directly affected. As the governments brought the economy into lockdown, many of these factories, these places that made the goods, they had to close down or somehow have their production capacity affected. And as a result, directly, in a way, the factories of the world stopped for a period of time. And as a result, in the most direct way, nothing was being produced, at least for a period of time. Now, of course, we live in this global world. Many of the goods that we have are produced somewhere else in the world, as the world has become through years of globalization. And when these factories stopped, consequently, the global logistics business, essentially the ships that brought these goods to our countries, to our ports, they were also affected, because all of a sudden, it seemed, at least at the time, that shipping would be fundamentally halted. So many of these global logistics companies, they actually halted and diminished their shipping schedules, with the expectation that there would not be many things shipped. Yet interestingly, as is the case with the pandemic, and the general belief at the time was that consumer demand would actually decline during this pandemic period, because of course we could not go out. Us consumers, we were also at home. But what was unexpected generally globally around the world in all these economies is that although we could not go out, our demand did not actually just diminish. Rather, it transformed in unexpected ways. Whereas in the past, we would, for example, go out and perhaps enjoy ourselves a good dinner, or maybe, have a nice drink here and then, pay for these experiences of being outside. All of a sudden, all of us around the world at a period of time were all locked home, yet we still had demands. So rather than pay for the usual things that we pay for, these outside experiences, we started to pay for things at home. And of course, I know as you're listening to this, you can think about how much your life has changed. You started to buy things online rather than get outside. You started to have dinners at home. So you can see that the behavior has changed. And this was largely unexpected in a way, especially on the global supply chain. Because all of a sudden we wanted things, but we wanted them from home, and we started to buy these things en masse. Whereas traditionally, our funds as consumers will be spread out through many different places, a lot of it happening elsewhere. All of a sudden, they're focused on us getting these goods. And suddenly, the factories of the world started to see an increase in demand. And as they started to be able to operate again, as the governments around the world started to ease and try to more or less recover the economy, all of a sudden, these factories had a backlog of orders, a lot of things to produce, and there was a surge in manufacturing demand. Yet at the same time, because they were closed for a bit, this sudden influx of demand created a sort of traffic jam for these manufacturers as they were scouring to get supplies, raw materials, and whatnot. But more importantly, as we moved towards purchasing things online and generally actually overseas, all of a sudden there was a great demand to have goods bought from abroad and have them shipped to us. But of course, these logistic companies, their shipping schedules were previously already affected. All of a sudden, manufacturers were fighting to get containers and to secure ships to send their goods abroad. Not to mention previously, already a lot of these containers and these shipping companies were focused on shipping essential items that were also in heavy demand like PPE. So we had this massive traffic jam, and it truly is incredible. If you take some time to actually research into this, the container prices, the giant metallic containers that carry goods, soared during this period, and shipping prices soared as well, as much as 10 times. Especially if you know people in the manufacturing business, then they can attest to this. Not only is shipping more expensive, but also even if you were willing to dish out for the expensive shipping, you aren't necessarily guaranteed to be able to secure a ship for sending your goods, because there's just so much demand, all pent up, suddenly caving in on the supply chain altogether. And it certainly did not help that as demand picked up tremendously and all these containers were starting to get packed up, they started to actually get put at ports, and these ports would start to get really crammed and full. So even the port of departure and also the port of arrival, they were all packed up. And of course, ship themselves started to get congested at these ports, not being able to, of course, efficiently also unload the cargo. And overall, the supply chain of the world started to get heavily disrupted. And what I'm talking about is largely still the case right now. In fact, we are feeling the full effects of it at this very moment. This is not to mention that in many countries, there are also additional factors as governments are trying to fight COVID, for example. They are still introducing restrictive measures that may affect the labor force in certain countries, especially if they're heavily reliant on foreign workers, or generally requirements in the manufacturing space and how they operate. All of this affecting productive capacity. And not to mention in some other countries, for example, in the UK where Brexit has happened, it's also affected the supply of truck drivers. The point being that all these factors are heavily affecting the actual supply of these goods and their production. And yet our demand is there. And in fact, not just that, perhaps even more than before, because it's been so pent up and so redirected that the supply just can't keep up with our demand. And so the direct result of this is that we are seeing goods around the world right now being in significant short supply. And we are not only just talking about the finished good that comes to us, but even the raw material goods for the factories around the world. For example, a certain factory might need a certain one chemical or one commodity, but because of what I've mentioned, in their own supply chain, one component is harder to source, which affects ultimately their making of their own goods, which ultimately affects our supply. In other words, this issue is just piling on itself. For example, in the area of automotives, it is technically more difficult to get cars across because there is a great shortage in the supply of computer chips from the semiconductor industry, which itself is also caused by its own shortages. But the point being that we are now at a phase, and the consequence of it being that this year and also next year, we will see increasing difficulty to get our hands on many things. And the most direct result, of course, with the basic laws of economics, the fact that demand is there, but yet supply cannot keep up, it is contributing to the general inflation that we're seeing right now globally. As many of these businesses struggle to actually source materials and goods within their own structures, leading to an increased cost, they will pass on that cost to us consumers, which is of course also exacerbated by the fact that most governments around the world have actually tried to simulate economic activity by pumping more money into the economy through their monetary policies. And the overall effect of this on the economy cannot be overstated. Of course, it affects us in a very personal way in our purchasing of things that we want, but also its effect on business itself will no doubt affect the health of our economies. As if businesses actually struggle to get their goods across and actually maintain a healthy cash flow, its employees are affected, families are affected. We will see an overall effect on the market. And although we might say that this is just another casualty of the pandemic, in reality, it's actually a very revealing moment, because what this pandemic has actually shown us is how interconnected that we've actually become because of globalization. On a personal level, many of us have become very accustomed to buying goods from everywhere around the world. We live this incredibly enmeshed life where we could at one moment enjoy something from somewhere around the world. At the same time, for businesses, they start to realize how interconnected their very operations are, that you might rely on one supplier somewhere else, and if you're no longer able to access them, or you have difficulty accessing them because of what I've mentioned, how significantly and substantially affected you would be. And perhaps what this really goes to show us, really, this episode, is how much more resilient we have to become, especially in the context of doing business. Most business people never anticipated the pandemic and never anticipated that their supply chains would be tested to such an extent. And when they've become so heavily reliant and lean on foreign stakeholders, they've actually exposed themselves to incredible risk. And so I suppose the way going forward is how do we build that resilience? And this is a very interesting consideration, not only on a personal level if we're running businesses, but also really for policymakers as well. But in terms of what we're actually facing, the hope is that this is a short-term thing, that eventually it will sort itself as the market corrects itself through natural economic forces. But most analysts anticipate this problem to last well into 2022. I think in the meantime, we will see difficulty getting the things that we want, even though it's Christmas, and also generally the escalating prices of everything. Indeed, the pandemic has really changed much of our life.
Adapt to the future, the VUCA, or else you will not survive the future, your business, or your stress levels. My name is Jessica, and I'm going to be telling you about the 3 steps on how to adapt better, make decisions with calm decisiveness, and to look at the reality of things, to see it and not run from it, and then decide how to make a collaborative decision with your team so that your startup or your company can, or at least just not go boo. 12 emotional intelligence skills. One becomes more important than others. Adaptability, the ability to think under pressure, to see it as it is, to not deny, repress, or reality, and then being able to take a step forward and collaborate with those people that you need to collaborate with. LinkedIn has voted resilience and adaptability as the #1 skill of the future of work. I decided a long time ago, as I traveled the world trying to fix my back pain, that if I don't adapt to the different cultures, languages, and people staring at me, I would not survive very long and I would not have good experiences. An adaptable mind can be trained. You don't have to break your back when you're 12 because you're too tall to learn how to adapt to life and to accept what's there, even though you don't want it to be like that. There's 3 steps to adaptability, and there's 2 magic words. Most people in life are saying, yes, but. I propose that we do yes and. Yes and has the power to change a conversation. It doesn't mean you're agreeing with people, but it means that you are hearing them. Yes, I hear you. And I'm adding my collaboration. I'm giving you my part because you want to collaborate with me, don't you? We're on a team. Don't say this if you don't want to collaborate with people. Just go, no, simple. Or do yes, but not now. How many times a day do you say, yes, sounds good, but I'm scared, I'm not ready, I'm unsure, I don't trust myself, I don't trust you. But we don't want to say no because it seems too direct, too forward, too German. And so we say yes, but throughout our lives, and opportunities pass us by. I urge you to try saying yes and more often. Even when you want to say no or yes, but let's do some more research. Why don't you say, yes, I hear you, and let's do more research. Same effect, different energy, changing from your but to your end. Your children will need to learn adaptability. You might as well learn it now and teach it to them so you don't have to hire me in a couple years. Being adaptable will now be assessed. And how can we assess that? By checking how you do under pressure. How do you deal with change when change is in your head, in your face? Thank God for Ross. Ross wrote a book about adaptability quotient, and he created an assessment. And if you go here, you can also do the assessment and see how you deal with stress. How do you adapt? Do you have the grit? Do you have the mindset? Or what's lacking? What's going on with you? Adaptability quotient is what I'd love to share with you and what I am sharing with you. Play with me this next exercise and see how you feel inside. Turn to someone in the room or yourself and do this next activity and see how you feel when you need to adapt. A yes and story. How about you say yes and to what I offer you? And then just add your own sentence. Play with me a little. Once upon a time, there was a man who started a company. Yes, and he decided to start selling gadgets to people who needed gadgets. Yes, and every day he would go on LinkedIn and post about his gadgets. Until one day, LinkedIn was down and he didn't know what to do, and he realized he was addicted to LinkedIn. Yes, and this made him start thinking about, was he spending his life on LinkedIn? What was he doing with gadgets? Did people really need gadgets, or did people need more freedom and happiness? Yes, and the man went deep inside his soul, and he went to India and he sat in a cave and he decided to change his life. I don't know where the story will take you, but what would have happened if I said, yes, but? What happens when you say yes, but in life? You block things, you stop things. The 3 steps I propose to being a more adaptable person are simple. Listen, accept, and build. Hear them. Hear what they are saying. You may not like it, but hear it. Accept. Accept that that's the reality. That's the reality of the economy, and that's the reality of how your wife feels. No denying, repressing, or lying. See reality for it is. For we cannot change the future or solve any of our problems if we cannot see them. After you've seen it and accepted it, you have a choice. Do nothing or build. Build like the Lego that you used to play with. Collaborate. And the powerful words that help you collaborate are going to be yes and. Yes and can revolutionize the way your relationships are, the way your teams communicate, and the way you talk to yourself as a leader. Yes and opportunities. Listen, accept, and build. And you will become a more adaptable, more efficient, and more grounded entrepreneur who's ready for the VUCA world. Try this exercise. Imagine someone gives you a gift, a terrible gift, but you, with your new adaptable mindset, think it's a great gift. You have to tell them 3 reasons why it's a fantastic gift. Why don't you give me one right now? Oh, I use Kleenex. It's fantastic because I can use it to plug my ears when I'm on an airplane. I can use it to wipe up the spill beside the bathroom, and I can use it to say surrender if I'm ever in a Hollywood movie with Sylvester Stallone. I give you a gift, and you have 15 seconds to give me 3 reasons why it's a fantastic gift. Try it. This activity allows you to think quick. It allows you to think positively. And it gives you the opportunity to find the good in the bad. Doesn't life often give us bad? And we have to reframe it to make it good? If you can practice the adaptable mindset, you're going to be much further ahead of the competitors who are holding on to the past, the pre-corona times, the way it used to be, the good old days. Those days are gone, and the future is change-erific. You can also be change-erific. You can also breathe deeper if you practice the listening, accepting, and building. Another activity you can do is 1 word at a time. I wish I had someone to work with me here. Someone's on the phone with me. Once upon a time, there was a man who lived in a condo in New York. Now, 1 word at a time. Together, you and perhaps your colleague, maybe at a meeting, maybe with your child, you practice listening to what the other person said, accepting their word and building to what they gave you. It's like they give you an option, an opportunity, an idea, an offer, and you take it and you say, I like it, I don't like it. I hear you, yes. And I build on it, I grow. Yes is not about accepting it. It doesn't mean you agree with it. You can say, yes, I heard you, and that is full of. It means I heard you and I give myself. We all know the people that say, yes, yes, yes. How boring. We want you to collaborate. And when we're talking about self-leadership, I want you to collaborate with yourself. Don't be your world's worst enemy. Be your best friend, your best fan, your best swipe ever. When you have an idea and you hear the voices going, yes, but you've tried that. Yes, but you don't know what you're doing. Yes, but your mom always called you this. We all have these voices that bring us down. Healing this and becoming an adaptive leader who is emotionally intelligent requires you to hear the voices, feel the fear, and do it anyway. That's what's being asked of us, to step into a new leadership role. And we need to be adaptive self-leaders who can manage our emotions, read the other people's emotions, and make the collaboration work. Unless you want to do it all alone. But I doubt you want to do it all alone. There's a quote that says, if you want to go fast, do it alone. If you want to go far, find a partner. Partnerships are the way of the future. We're going to be collaborating, being freelancers. We're going to be hiring our friends. Come help me out. You're going to need to be able to be flexible, to flow, to know what you are and what you have to offer and what your weaknesses are and where you call someone else. This requires humility and an emotional level that is quite high. And to do that, you need to know who you are, who you aren't, and what you need and want in this life and how you work best. And that requires saying yes, and. And there's something very particular. It's a secret. You're not perfect. I know you're not. I'm not perfect either. Nobody's perfect, but we're trying to be perfect. But there's a theory that I've developed called the 80-20 human. 80% of you is awesome, kind, generous, smart, loving, shares her cookies. 20% of you hides those same cookies and pretends you never bought them. isn't super generous and doesn't listen very well. And you're both. You're an 80-20 human. And once you accept the good, the bad, the ugly, the kind, the generous, the smelly, you're far ahead because you're human, you're realistic, you're relatable, you're authentic, and you can lead teams. People want to follow you because you're humble and you have direction. So you're an 80-20 human with an attitude of yes and. You're adaptable, you flow, you know your strengths, you know your weaknesses. You understand that the world is changing. What can stop you? Nothing can stop you. Thank you. I wish you all the best and stay tuned. There's a couple of recommendations in case you want this training for your teams, your company, or your couple therapy. Take care. My name is Jessica, jessicabreitenfeld.com.
I like very much the content, but also I like the way you go through the session. I love the way you facilitate, Jessica. I think it's great. I mean, with humor, a lot of energy, and I think that's wonderful. But apart from that, I also, I'm part of a group of facilitators working internally in a company, and agile coaches. Probably you have heard about the term. And we facilitate. I mean, we facilitate, and we have to help the company to go and evolve and get better each time, because otherwise the competence will eat us for breakfast. But we don't have really. We have trust issues inside the group of agile coaches, and that will help us, and also will help us to help the rest of the company. So very useful short exercises, really good tools for me to use. Thank you, Jessica.
It was fun, and I love these small exercises. And that can be used just as an energizer and light, and it can also go deeper. So there's a lot of flexibility using these tools, or using these small little games, I would call it. And that's what I like about it. I have a lot of ideas where I can just try one out and go deeper while doing it.
Presentation was both entertaining as well as engaging. What fascinated me most, though, was that we were a group of about 50 people from literally all over Europe, so we had very different cultural backgrounds, and yet she managed to adapt the presentation in a way that she would speak to all of us. I could see that all the audience, every single one, played full out whenever asked. So whenever you have the chance to attend one of her workshops, one of her seminars, I want to encourage you to go for it.
Join me in becoming an adaptable leader.
And welcome to my presentation on influencer marketing strategy. Before I deep dive into my presentation, I'll quickly take you through the overview. So I'll be taking you through the different stages of influencer marketing and how you as a brand can leverage different opportunities. Well, my name is Aarohi, and I'm one of the co-founders, COO and CMO of a startup called Yalla Veggie. So we are a startup headquartered in Dubai, and Yalla Veggie is the answer to a sustainable online marketplace for supermarkets, restaurants, pharmacies, pet shops, and other ethical businesses in the Middle East. Yalla Veggie is aiming to inspire and convert more people away from the consumption of animal products through education and by making more vegan and vegetarian options readily visible and available. So my journey in digital marketing began back in 2011 when I was trying to find ways to promote my new lifestyle WordPress blog. So I began to educate myself on digital marketing techniques and social media marketing. Currently, I also lead marketing division at HTC. I oversee 3 brand portfolios: smartphone, virtual reality, and 5G routers across 2 verticals, that's B2B and B2C, over 7 countries in the Middle East and Africa, where I'm responsible for the complete digital PR and channel marketing. Now, coming to influencer marketing. Influencer marketing is the most effective way of marketing that has been discovered today, I would say. Now, with the aid of social media influencers, businesses have outreached marketing limitations and discovered immense profits from this channel. Well, why does it work? Good question. 2 words: loyalty and trust. Consumers today seek inspiration, set goals, connect with friends, and live their lives through social media. They spend more time on social media than watching television, and they trust social media influencers more than any traditional celebrities. Now, influencer marketing works because influencers have built loyalty and trust with their audience. Influencers or creators act as ambassadors to their followers or the niche and help brands connect with audience in a more authentic way. Now, I'll give you a very quick example from my experience. So during my time at HTC, one of the key strategies in marketing was focused on creators, streamers, and influencers. Now, post extensive research, we found that our target audience or the gamers were extremely critical of commercial messages and salesy communication. We needed to find a smarter way to reach to this core audience. Hence, we decided to reach them through an already established and trusted relationship that they had with content creators. These content creators had already established an authentic relationship with their followers, and all we needed to do was to plug them into our brand. So we use these creators for unboxing, product reviews, IG live interviews, and game streaming sessions. The same was the case with Yalla Veggie. Here, however, the approach was slightly different from the usual influencer content. Now, instead of using these influencers as a sales tool, that is sending them a typical food basket and them posting about it on their channels, we decided to create an inbound style content with them, which force the audience to further engage with them and our brand. How can you approach influencer marketing? Well, there are 3 simple stages. Number 1, knowing your buyer persona. Number 2, research. Number 3, activate. Now going back to step 1, before you seek out influencer, you should first consider your brand. You should know who is your audience. Step into their shoes and understand their general characteristics, journey, and behavior. Are they tech geeks? Are they primarily vegans? If yes, what are their other traits? Do they listen to podcasts related to climate change or follow influencers who talk about saving the earth, or are they majorly females? Knowing your audience will make it easier for you to narrow down the list of influencers you want to choose. Now, many industries have influencers that are easier to identify than others. Now, brands that work well with influencer marketing include food and beverages, consumer tech, and health and wellness. Second, research. Well, the hardest part of influencer marketing is finding the right people for the job. In fact, 73% say finding the right influencers is the hardest part of influencer marketing. Once you've tapped someone to share your product, that person becomes the extension of your brand. So you need to do your due diligence, investigate an influencer's previous post to determine that they'll be, a good reflection of your brand's mission and vision. While you can afford to work with influencers that don't have large following, you may never recover from a social media faux pas. Once you've finally shortlisted the top influencers to represent your brand, the next step for you is to train them and brief them about your brand and guidelines. Once that's done, you should be willing to offer more imaginative control to them. Now, giving influencers their raw creative power not only makes the campaign more relatable, but also more successful. It's important to know that each influencer has a very unique voice and they have unique ways to connect with their audience, and you need to give them the freedom to create content on your own, on their own, while aligning with your brand guidelines. That's it. Once you master these 3 steps, you are good to go. Now here I've created a list of 3 simple hacks to maximize your influencer marketing campaign. Number 1, do not sweat the small follower count. Don't be afraid of working with someone with a small following so long as the engagement rate is significant. So if you're working with an Instagram influencer, it can be easy to feel like you need to choose someone with at least 10,000 followers. So, they can leverage the swipe up feature. But that's not true. That feature isn't a requirement of a successful campaign. Instead, they can use a direct messaging strategy that, allows them to rely on the connections they've built with their small following to encourage them to learn more or to buy your product. Always look for the engagement rate on their posts. Sometimes influencers with big followings have gotten to that point by buying Instagram followers. Now, these bot followers tend to be fake, which means they aren't going to engage with the campaign or purchase your product. Number 2, on measuring ROI. Finally, let's jump to the most important part of executing any marketing campaign, measuring the return on investment. So once you've defined clear campaign objectives, you can select the right KPIs or key performance indicators to measure whether you've achieved the desired impact. Now, at a high level, most marketers have 2 broad goals: brand awareness and direct responses. In some cases, it's a combination of both. Now, for direct response campaign, try to focus on a single KPI. If an influencer tells fans to download your app, buy your product, and register for your newsletter in a single video, the lack of a clear call to action will make them less likely to take any action at all. Number 3, explore more content option. Nowadays, video is perhaps the most popular kind of a content for influencers to make when it comes to brand activation. Now, Instagram Live, IGTV, YouTube, and TikTok have all shown the incredible power of video. Also, with the growing popularity of podcasts and audio-only apps like Clubhouse or Twitter Spaces, it makes you wonder what's the next big thing in the influencer marketing. While I might not know the answer, I do know it will continue to evolve. Brands should be prepared to take advantage of new innovative platforms and content by joining these new platforms as they arise. So if you're already building a following on a particular platform, influencers will be more likely to want to work with you on that platform. Also, once you know your top performing influencers, you should try and explore different strategies with them. For example, if you were using a particular influencer for your typical product unboxing or creating a product review or simply seeding them to give you a shout out, maybe you could ask them to do a takeover and host your IG live or a one-on-one interview or create unique inbound content with them. Bottom line is to be as creative as possible and leverage these guys to max.
Hi everyone, this is Madhukar. I am I'm Chief Operating Officer IQI India. Welcome you all to this ADAPT session, this wonderful session created by our global team across the world and giving an opportunity to all of us to speak our heart out about post-pandemic. Yeah, so COVID has worked as a game changer for entire world. We all agree with it. Some of us have degrown, some of us have grown exceptionally well. One common aspect that had been evidenced across the world that every one of us have started living differently and have become more dynamic. That's what I feel, and I hope all of you agree. On one hand, digitalization and technology have become essential part of almost every life. On the other hand, self-reliant and self-confident aromatics have become visible in almost every human life. Health has become most important segment of convergence for every individual human being. And surprising fact is that wealth has gotten used. Money has come in rotation. Conservative spending habits have changed, considering no travel, no shoppings, no holidays, no dining out, etc. been away for past 2 years from almost everyone. Work from home for some sectors have become cost control factors, and for some sectors, work from home has reminded the importance of meeting together in common workplace called office. Relevance of pay packages, relevance of human capital, relevance of jobs, opportunities, relevance of collaborations have become more evident, acceptable to every one of us. Sports have become an integral part of every life. Age is no bar. Sounds more prudent to practice now because every age, considering any human life, it's finding it wise that age is no bar, and barriers of age, the mindset, accepting, are turning into all through acceptance across the world. Human beings have started discovering what they don't know, which they really don't know. One is that I don't know what I don't know. But here I'm talking about what I do not know, which I really do not know about the world, people, opportunities, power, insights. Hence, a very common saying is getting abolished. I know what I don't know. That had been very common saying. Scalability of every work, every life's caliber has started shaping into unprecedented scalability because growth till optimum scales have become paramount in every part of life. We see humongous growth across, which we probably didn't evidence, when we were talking about any sector in the world, be it, stock markets, be it industries, be it sports. I mean, we all are dying to overperform, outperform, and go out of the limits. That's something amazing scenario. Yeah, personal relationships. I mean, people have thought that probably marriages will break and relationship will, by living together for a very longer stretch under one roof, one room probably will spoil. But I guess the study says personal relationships have patched up more engrossly due to fear of loss, aloof surroundings. Many have gained new paradigms of relationships through extra caution, humility, companionship, and time to care for each other, know each other. I mean, overall, this post-pandemic scenario of world is really encouraging and best names as new normal. I would say that post-pandemic scenario, post-COVID scenario are the best probably we could have got. This had not been, though it had been very discouraging, disheartening that many lives we lost. Many a human being lost their unfortunate lives due to COVID. However, our medication, our health system, our sports, our health generic thought processes, our syncing with each other, collaborating with each other across the world, reaching out people without any barriers in mind, knowing what our limits, knowing that there are no limits. All those things have put together, created an amazing scenario of life. And I wish you all the best in this new normal, and really thankful for my technology team, my management, the entire IQI Global. Thank you very much for awarding us this opportunity in ADAPT. Listening to everyone is very encouraging. Thank you very much. Enjoy yourself. Cheers.
Hi everyone, Umar Munshi here. I'm the co-founder of Ethis.co. Now today I'll be sharing with you some ideas, not my original ideas, but I would say that these are ideas that have actually been with us, with humanity for a long time. It's just that maybe with the capitalist approach to how we have run our economy and the way the financial system is set up today, some of these things are making a comeback today. And in our company, in Ethis, we are also implementing this in our own way, in our own community. Now, when I talk about fintech for humanity, I'm talking about having an impact that is positive to people, right? And when I talk about humanity, this means to everyone. Now, there are two angles or two aspects to this that I want to highlight. And the first is new business models. And the second one is about bringing or democratizing access to finance. Both also sort of overlap and interweave with each other, right? But let me talk about them separately. Now, democratizing access to finance. Now, this is something very, very, very critical and important in today's world. As you probably know, the income gap, the global inequality is getting larger and larger and larger with every financial crisis with time. So how can fintech help, or how does fintech help this situation and make finance more inclusive? Now, when we look at finance, let's divide it into two types of parties: the fund providers and the fund seekers. Those who want to give money, those who want to provide money, whether it's charity or investment or some kind of support, and those who are seeking money, or those who need money, or those who want to raise funds, right? Now, in fintech, we are able to harness the power of the people, because through platforms, and that's something I'll talk about in more detail later on the new business models, platforms allow us to be connected to each other in a way that has never been possible in the past, which has allowed us to share rides, to share food, to share accommodation, and today to share funds. Now, with such platforms in place, we get much more direct interaction and direct access, and the flow of information becomes more efficient, because platforms want to make it and have made it as easy as possible for you to provide or receive funds. All right. Now, I will touch more about platforms that connect people to people and people to companies or companies to companies under new business models. And under this first pillar that I wanted to focus on democratizing access, the main point here is that the decision making on where money goes to, on who receives money, on who is deserving of getting funded or getting support, is no longer in the hands of institutions and big shareholders, right? It's basically people who have vested interest in providing funds. This has now come to us, the people, through fintech, through community building online, through pulling together like-minded people online. We now can decide which companies, which individuals, which movements, which ideas are going to receive money, because it's our money and it's our decision to make, right? So that's very, very powerful. And we have platforms around the world that have reached the hundreds of millions in transactions, in billions in transactions, and this is only expected to grow further and bigger over time. Now, two other points I want to highlight about related to democratization or opening up access to finance. Firstly, we have today a lot of data, and the data analysis, the credit analysis space is very, very hot today. There's a lot of venture capital, a lot of support, a lot of interest from stakeholders all around on how to collect and use alternative data that typically was neglected by the traditional financial institutions. And today, this data, the beauty of this data is that it actually, in our view, it helps to humanize the one receiving the financing or applying for the financing, because now with alternative data, we have a much wider, a much more holistic view of companies, individuals, and projects. And so that allows the understanding and the deeper understanding of the company looking for funds, right? That allows for funds to be released to these individuals or companies because the data has now provided a clearer or wider and again more holistic view or picture of the borrower or the entity or the individual being financed. Now this is very, very powerful, and we have seen this impact on microfinance. We have seen how digital banks are able to provide financing very quickly. We have seen how P2P finance companies, crowdfunding companies can deploy funds very quickly. And we have seen how the unserved and the underserved now have an avenue to raise funds. And this is not only for the lower income groups, those who are struggling, but are able to collect and receive funds and pay it back on time and pay it back with profits or use it for high impact activities, right? It's also for those who have ideas, right? Early stage angel investment, venture capital investment is now being opened up further because of crowdfunding platforms, because of investment platforms and alternative investment platforms. And this is enabled by data. Now, the last point with regard to democratizing finance is about the coming together or the marrying or convergence of social and commercial funds. Now, here is where you have funds that are given purely for, for good, right? For helping others, purely altruistic funds, not for your own benefit, except maybe some satisfaction or religious motive or moral imperative, and so on. Right? These are social funds, charitable funds, endowment funds, CSR funds. Now, these funds have somehow been rather segregated or separated from commercial funds. I think that this is clearly observable in most countries, in most societies. And today with Fintech, the two funds can better synergize and interact to mutually support and reinforce each other. What I mean by that is, for example, a farmer or farming, right? Farming is a big industry, big need for food security, or micro entrepreneurs, they cannot get funding. When you have social funds, these social funds can, for example, provide infrastructure, right, through endowments, right, buildings, some land, some machinery, and or it can be pure charity, it can be cash that supports these people, supports these businesses to reach a level where there can also be some monetization, there can also be some profit, and the two can come together at the same time or can come consecutive to each other, right? There are many models, there are many ways of doing it. You can search online the convergence of social and commercial funds, and this is something that I believe is very powerful and will open up access to more and more people from both sides, the fund provider and the fund seeker. Now let me move on to the second part of what I want to share about, which is new business models. And here I will focus on marketplaces, which is a concept that all of you are fully aware of. That has changed everything we do, from transport to shopping to travel. Anything and everything that humans can provide to each other can be transacted, can be pulled together on marketplaces. And finance is no different. Today we have marketplaces, most of the time, especially when retail is involved, when the masses is involved, it's called crowdfunding. And crowdfunding, you have many types, from lending or P2P or financing-based crowdfunding for projects or companies or individuals, to equity financing for businesses, to charity or reward-based crowdfunding. And there's, outside of crowdfunding, marketplaces also exist to serve different kinds of funders, and in general, let's call it marketplace funding. Now, marketplace funding is incredibly powerful, and it relates to some of the earlier points where we have allowed the people to take back the decision-making ability on where money goes to. It has allowed for communities to form online very quickly, who have similar interests, similar passion, where those who are very focused on, for example, the environment, you can go to platforms that specialize in that, or platforms can curate and share with you and tag campaigns or investments or even charity that focus on the environment, right? So these are crowdfunding platforms, marketplace financing platforms, and this is very, very powerful. As I shared earlier, we have seen some platforms really grow incredibly quickly, and we believe that this is only the beginning, because today we can see how emerging technologies like DeFi, AI, of course other emerging technologies that's coming up will allow for frictionless investments, cross-border transactions, greater security, greater visibility, greater transparency and accountability. And this will only add value to the ecosystems that we're already building using marketplaces like crowdfunding and other platforms, right? Now, essentially what crowdfunding does for humanity is it matches humanity. Imagine as recent as 5 years ago or 7 years ago, if you wanted to donate or invest in a company or a campaign in another country, it's going to be tough, right? Or even in your own country, right? If you're not somebody who's known as a funder, it's difficult for you to find deals, it's difficult to find people or causes to support or ideas to fund, or even purely profit-making activities. It's very tough. You need experience, you need connections, you need network, and you need to have a lot of money. Today, we have removed all of that. All of that can be removed and have been removed a lot of the times through new business models like crowdfunding. Yeah. So this goes hand in hand with the democratization of access to finance, and this matching serves both sides. It serves the fund seekers and the fund providers. Now, there are many new business models that I can talk about, but I'm just going to touch on one more in the remaining few minutes that we have, and then I'm going to wrap up within 15 minutes. So this is about embedded finance, where humans have finance as an afterthought, as a part, as an extension of our normal day-to-day activities. Of course, today, a lot of our normal day-to-day activities is online and digital. So for example, when you go shopping, when you buy something, let's say your family is in need of a washing machine because the old one is broken down. You may not have enough funds, then you have buy now, pay later and the like that will give you instantaneous approval for purchases so that you can afford and manage your own cash flow, right? Now, in addition to that, there's also embedded finance for investment, right? Where, for example, your spare change goes into investing. And this is very powerful. Both of these are very powerful because it helps especially the masses, the common man, the common woman, the common person to be able to engage in financial services, even if that person is not so savvy, not so aware, not so educated, or it becomes an afterthought that you opt into and that's available for you without you having to be served or sold a financial product by a financial advisor or bank or an institution. So I feel this is really fintech for humanity, where fintech becomes a part of our lives, where financial services become available to us easily and empowers us to both invest as well as to be able to afford more things. And embedded finance I believe, is only the beginning, as more and more fintech companies move into this space, as more and more big tech companies start to roll out new financial products. I believe, and we believe at my company, that embedded finance will be very powerful, and we can already see the traction. Alright, so I've more or less reached the end of my short sharing today. These are ideas that we are implementing in our own way. Some are still in pilot stage, some are in the works, some have already started gaining traction. We've managed to attract investors from around the world to invest in impact investments in emerging countries like Indonesia. Most of them have never been there before, have no idea what Indonesia may be like. But through the power of new business models, we have democratized access to finance in our own small way. And I hope that our sharing today, and my sharing today, will inspire more people to look into how fintech can serve humanity, fintech can bring benefit and impact to all of us, and fintech can lead the way to a more sustainable, a more impactful, a more inclusive financial landscape that not only works for those with money, but works for all of us for the benefit of everybody. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening.
Hanniz. I'm the co-founder from Best Events Productions, and I'm also the communications director for the Malaysian Autonomous Intelligence and Robotics Association. I'm very happy to be here today to join you to be part of ADAPT International Convention, and today I'll be speaking about the frontier of real estate technology. So the pandemic has actually changed a lot of things. It has changed the way we do things, the way we come up with inventions, and how to adapt to working from home, as well as having a safer work environment, right? Safe home and work environment. So there's an increase in deployment of technologies from connectivity and hardware advances, enabling the mass use of sensors to machine learning and artificial intelligence. So that means that, nearly every aspect of the property industry has the capacity to evolve more quickly than ever before. There are a host of new valuable technologies emerging in the post-COVID market, whether it be for commercial or residential real estate. If we're talking about residential, it could be about robotic furniture that reimagines itself inside smaller spaces, to contactless apps designed to bring neighbors closer together, as well as having a futuristic take on Prozac features like ultraviolet wands in air ducts, and those Ghostbusters inspired blasters to hose down the places around the common corridors and things like that. So the evolution of property technologies, you can say that the fourth industrial revolution has actually combined technologies across the physical and digital environments, and also driving advances across industries in computing power, in automation, and in robotics. What is driving the digitalization of real estate? So that's what we're going to cover today. So the first thing I wanted to touch upon is the automation and AI. Infrastructure and buildings are generating increasing volumes of data, and across the core set of technology types and tools, from smart buildings and cities to automated workflows and even virtual reality viewings, the ability to gather, process, and analyze this information in order to generate meaningful solutions is integral. So data is one of the main issues holding back adoption of new technologies and platforms, because with siloed and partial and lagged data, it inhibits the ability to actually utilize these emerging technologies to its fullest. So there are a few things that need to be confronted, need to be addressed. For example, the lack of company and industry data. There's the lack of standardization, levels and processes for collecting information, even within the same company. Then there is, of course, the decentralized and complex data privacy systems. There is the lack of integrated software solutions, fragmented landscape of providers offering a range of incompatible solutions for individual data types and use cases. And there's, of course, the limited skills within organizations to gather data and implement new technologies. So centralized, structured information is key to some of the most exciting applications of new technology, with the greatest ability to boost efficiencies and aid decision making, from real-time portfolio performance, tracking to AI and automation. So generating trust in data and technology, particularly for AI applications, where these automate processes or are public facing, is also crucial for the acceptance and adoption of new technologies. So some of the emerging commercial and residential real estate tools that professionals can explore would actually include automation and analytics, which basically there are process management tools that can be used to empower and enhance client service and communication, tools that help commercial brokers become more efficient, can track information better, and provide clients with better operational data and to get more done. There is a mounting pressure from stakeholders in the real estate industry to contribute to lower carbon and more resilient buildings and cities. People are very much inclined to support more ESG causes, and urban planning, regulatory initiatives, and new construction techniques and materials will be an important factor in ensuring new buildings meet higher standards when it comes to planning, design, and construction. And this is because building operations contribute to 28% of global GHG emissions. So managing energy performance in existing buildings will be essential in meeting net zero carbon commitments from investors, tenants, landlords, and governments. Another thing to look out for, of course, we've been talking about big data and digitalization a lot. So what does this mean in the real estate front? So technologies that significantly cut down time spent on evaluating a deal or a submarket at a macro and micro level are emerging right now. So there are aggregated demographic trends and partners that allow sophisticated investors to make decisions quickly and zoom in on deals that fit their criteria. Also, urban governance is under increasing strain to meet multiple challenges of rapid urban transformation. So changes to work and workspaces, changes to lifestyle preferences, and the increasing emphasis on inclusivity and health, combined with the urgency to transition towards more climate resilient, low carbon systems, have the potential to radically alter how our cities and buildings are used. So with this data, you'll be able to plan TTs better, right? When we're talking about environments and all that, supporting healthier and more human-centric environments is important. We're talking about how people can interact together in an area without having to travel too far, to build a community which is self-reliant. These are in Paris itself. They have this, I think, 15-minute walk city. That means you can get to any essential services within a 15-minute walk. So that is something that city planners are putting into place before even talking to builders and things like that. It's more about building an ecosystem where everything is self-sustaining. So the pandemic has actually highlighted the need for healthier, better designed, and more human spaces. The most important changes in apartment buildings, for example, are likely to be least appreciated: systems to sanitize surfaces, diffuse viruses, and reduce resident fears. There's also a growing recognition of the benefits represented by more healthy urban environments and workplaces, from greater mental well-being to increased productivity and cost savings. So there is this company called ThyssenKrupp Elevator. They have actually begun installing air systems that pull in purified air straight from the elevator shaft. So the air is treated with ultraviolet light, where passengers are not exposed, and hydrogen peroxide that neutralize bacteria, mold, and viruses. So these won't come cheap, and you can expect real estate prices to go up when this kind of facilities come in. There is another, there is an app that also does reservations to regulate timed visits to common spaces like the tennis courts, swimming pools, squash courts, and all like that. There are also apps that actually help residents or building tenants to call an elevator without having to press the call button. So there is of course the low cost version where you use your foot to press the buttons. As more people work from home, the workplace is now truly boundaryless. So employees are expecting a safe, productive, and seamless experience. And companies are now finding ways to enable hybrid work, empowering and engaging employees wherever they are, and to manage variable and dynamic occupancy patterns. Then we go to automation and AI for dynamic portfolio management. This is where improvements in automation and AI analytics offer significant scope for transforming portfolio strategy and management for both investors and occupiers. So existing processes are automated in real time for fund benchmarking and reporting, while the use of larger and more targeted data sets will make the portfolio strategy process much more granular. There is another program called computer vision where new technology is used to determine whether people observe wearing masks and social distancing in common areas. These systems will actually alert staff about non-compliance. There are companies in Malaysia doing this as well. So especially on construction sites where workers are expected to still keep on their masks and their helmets and their safety gear. So another thing would be the pandemic actually accelerated the shift towards digitalized transactions. Negotiations and closing processes are typically the lengthiest part of real estate transactions. So technology is making this a bit shorter by shortening the bidding and negotiation processes. So this will be smart contracts or blockchain automation, which require regulatory changes and broad-based industry acceptance before they are, of course, accepted and implemented. Then there's 3D models. 3D models can be used to build, design, and construct buildings to actually monitor the built environment. So it includes climate change and resilience, with building materials and construction contributing around 11% of global carbon emissions. Pressure is growing for the industry to contribute to lower emission buildings and cities which are more resilient to anticipated climate impacts. There's another new technology, of course, which is called digital fabrication. This is a design and production process that combines 3D modeling or computer-aided design with additive and subtractive manufacturing. So additive manufacturing is commonly known as 3D printing and consists of laying material until the completed shape is produced. Subtractive manufacturing is where objects are carved out of solid block. So robotic and digital fabrication on building sites could actually revolutionize the construction industry, enabling for materials to be produced on site, which could reduce delivery time on materials, facilitate shorter project lengths, reduce material costs, and allow for more consistent product quality. Leasing and marketing. In terms of leasing and marketing, you might be familiar with virtual tours, but besides that, which can also be applied to both commercial and residential real estate. Overall, commercial real estate for sale and leasing marketplaces have been slower if compared to residential listing platforms, because of the complexity of large commercial buildings. So there are new existing platforms that are focused on smaller, less complex transactions or specific asset classes with significant changes needed to meet the requirements of large institutional clients. So the best thing that someone in real estate can do right now is also to focus on using social media platforms for the business. Another innovation that was actually created by MIT Real Estate Innovation Lab are actually self-cleaning surfaces, which is a class of materials with the inherent ability to remove debris or bacteria from the surface in a variety of ways. So, and the self-cleaning functionality of these surfaces is commonly inspired by natural phenomena observed in lotus leaves, gecko feet, and water striders, to name a few. So self-cleaning materials allow for reduction in operational costs as the buildings can essentially clean themselves. So these are some of the new technologies that I wanted to highlight. Hopefully, if you are looking at how to move the real estate industry forward with technology, some of these ideas can help you. Thank you again for having me today. I can be reached on LinkedIn as Hanniz. I look forward to connecting with you there. Stay safe. Bye.
Hey guys, back again with another lucky draw question. So, what company bought over WhatsApp and Instagram? Scan the QR code and submit your answer, and good luck. Hey guys, you know what time it is. It's break time. So I guess I'll see you guys back here in an hour. Go freshen up.
10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小额通能做什么呢？小额通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台。让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工，同时还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小额通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人，让知识更有价值。
Today, when I see how far and great the IQI platform is, as a technologist, it's a lifetime opportunity. The idea was to create a platform that helps people to grow. And today, IQI is the platform that connects buyers, sellers, and agents with the magic of mobile, cloud, AI, and data. IQI is the destination to make your dreams come true.
I bet you've seen a lot of companies pledging to go net zero by 2030 or to reach carbon neutrality. But what is carbon neutrality? Think of it as a scale with carbon dioxide emissions weighing on one side generated by the factories, transportation, energy production, and more. On the other side of the scale, we have reduction via tree planting initiatives and the carbon capture technology. Scientists have warned that we must reach net zero emissions by 2050 to avert climate chaos. Countries and companies have come together to pave the way for this goal to come true. It is easy to neglect with the goal being so far away, but remember, the livelihood of ourselves and our species depends on it. At IQI, we have announced and pledged to achieve net zero emissions by 2030, achieving this goal by reducing our emissions impacts as well as other initiatives to reduce carbon.
In terms of furnishing, because what you can see here is what you get. All right.
Vietnam, the poster child of economic miracles in Southeast Asia, making headlines worldwide. Today, this Asian country is known for its popular tourist destinations, historical sites, deliciously healthy cuisine, and meteorical economic rise, which is why we say you should invest in Vietnam. But before we dive into details, let's look into the country's profile. Vietnam is a socialist state governed by the Communist Party of Vietnam. The capital city is Hanoi, but the largest city is Ho Chi Minh. Vietnam is the largest producer of cashew nuts and black pepper and the second largest producer of coffee. Fun fact, Vietnam is consistently voted as the cheapest country to travel in Southeast Asia. Fascinating, right? Moving on, reason number one to venture into Vietnam is the strategic location. Vietnam is close to major cities and emerging economies in Asia as well as the world's biggest market, which is China. Other than that, Vietnam has a long coastal line which is close to important shipping routes for export and import. Next, we look into Vietnam's stable and growing economy. Thanks to the 1986's Doi Moi reform, Vietnam has moved from the world's poorest nation into a lower middle income country. The economy has also shown remarkable resilience despite COVID-19. In fact, Vietnam's growth in 2020 has been one of the best in the world. To top it off, over the span of 30 years, the poverty rate has declined sharply from over 70% to below 6%. The backbone of Vietnam's healthy economy is its supportive government policies to spare foreign investment. For example, most industries in Vietnam allow for foreign direct investment, the setup cost is low, and Vietnam has taken part in many foreign trade agreements. Evidently, we see big names like Samsung setting up their R&D center in Vietnam. Vietnam also benefits from the China Plus One strategy used by investors to diversify their risk. Lastly, let's look into Vietnam's young and growing population. Vietnam records a population of over 97 million, which makes it the 15th largest in the world. A huge population coupled with steady economic growth means increased demand for goods. There is also potential for greater skilled workforce. This is shown from Vietnam's achievements in the PISA test, which evaluates the effectiveness of a country's education system. Vietnam also scores first in the Human Capital Index score among middle-income nations. Now that you've heard all of this, you must be very intrigued. So contact us right now and start your investment in Vietnam. You can also check out our videos at IQI Global to learn more about venturing into Vietnam's real estate market. Every 40 seconds, a person dies from suicide. That's close to 800,000 people every year. While effective and proven interventions can be implemented to prevent suicide and the attempt, many still choose not to see mental health as important as physical well-being. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds globally. Let us come together on this day to give importance to mental health and to be there beyond a simple, "How are you?" Always communicate effectively with your colleagues, friends, and loved ones. You may never know. The one who smiles the most may be suffering more within. Each human is unique in how they deal with internal and external challenges. But one thing is clear, no matter how tough you are, we all need care and compassion. Show those around you that seeking medical attention for mental health is perfectly normal and crucial. Remember, let them know that you are there for them.
I am with you.
I'm with you.
I'm with you.
I am with you.
I wish. If only I could have. If only I knew then what I know now. Regret is a terrible thing to have. The key in life to feeling fulfilled is to make sure that all your actions are actions of intentionality. This intentionality will allow you to reach your dreams. Now, the key word is the word reach. I challenge you. Dare to dream big, but make sure that your actions match your aspirations.
1 is greater than 0. This is a concept that I always live by. People who want to build personal brand always ask me this: how do I get to 100,000 followers? How do I get more people to buy my product? Well, I often tell them this: those people who have built a successful personal brand have gone through a time when no people actually watch their video. Everybody starts from 0, but you always gotta understand this: 1 is greater than 0. For all the video that you have started building when they have not many views, you only need to have 1 view, the right view, who actually is the person of influence, who likes your content and share it, then you reach more people. So always understand this: when you produce content day in, day out, every single day, you are actually targeting to just influence 1 person, because 1 is greater than 0. You don't build a wall by actually building a wall. You build a wall by laying the brick in a nice position, 1 brick by a brick at a time, then you have a wall. Same things go for building a personal brand. You don't jump out and build a personal brand that have 100,000 followers overnight, but you produce content day in and day out, and accumulatively like getting people who actually like and follow your content every single day, then you have a strong personal brand. This is the concept that I live by. I hope that this can actually give you the right mindset while you're building a personal brand. Thank you.
Huge island, massive opportunity. Australia is turning investors' heads for all the right reasons. So, why invest in Australia? But first, a quick trivia. Stunning coastline, sunny weather with adorable mammals. Australia is the 6th largest country in the world and the 12th biggest economy. All these while the country has 3 times more sheep than its people. How awesome is that? Now, let's move on to the main part of this video. What makes Australia so attractive to investors? Number 1, the strong and resilient economy. Australia benefits from its rich natural resources, proximity to Asian powerhouses, and its network of free trade agreements. But what sets Australia apart from many is how prepared it is against crisis. When countries sunk in the 2008 financial crisis, Australia surfed unharmed. Recession? Only 3 decades ago. In 2020, Australia's COVID-19 response made for headlines, the good ones. So, if you're looking for a stable and low-risk destination for investment, Australia has that one checked. Number 2. Australia's dynamic industries offer ample opportunities to investors. The country is a significant exporter of resource and energy, agribusiness, financial services, education, and tourism. For example, Australia is one of the top 3 exporters of resource and energy and boasts the 3rd largest number of foreign students in its world-class tertiary education. Third reason to invest in Australia? Its people. The Wi-Fi, ultrasound, black box flight recorder. Australians are the brains behind some of the most groundbreaking technologies. And today, vibrant startup scene. A magnet for global talents, the Australian workforce is highly diverse and multilingual, ranking 8th in the 2020 United Nations Human Development Index. Lastly, and we think this is the crux to the country's success, Australia has laid a strong foundation for investors. The good governance, a business-friendly environment, strong entrepreneurial spirit, and have we mentioned the coast and the sun? People just love living here. There's that laid-back lifestyle that makes it a global drawcard to expatriates. So, interested yet? Start your investment in Australia with us at IQI Global today. For more info on the Australian real estate market, you can have a look at the video above.
什么？要跳出舒适圈才可以成功？那是以前你一直在听别人讲的。跳出舒适圈非常的辛苦，非常的痛苦，而且你要动用很多的能量。为什么要跳出来呢？各位，舒适圈代表着你现在做的事情非常的舒服。那为什么我们不去思考扩大舒适圈呢？以前我觉得运动非常的困难，在这个 MCO 里面呢，我尝试做了一个改变，每天跑一下步，每天运动一下。那累积下来3个月过后，我从开始的500公尺到现在可以跑8公里。后来我发现到，今天如果我没有去运动的话，那我就处在于一个不舒适的环境里面。从本来做运动是很痛苦的，到现在不做运动是非常痛苦的。各位有没有发现到，所谓的扩大舒适圈，就是把你本来不习惯的事情，逐渐的在每一天一点一滴的在改变。后来你发现到，赚2万块是你的舒适圈；后来你发现到，学习是你的舒适圈；后来你发现到，过上好的日子是你的舒适圈。你好，我是 Chen，UIQI 的集团副总裁。
If you look at the map, you can see the Philippines is spread over 7,000 islands, then broken into 3 major parts: Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. This archipelago is home to over 100 million people, making the Philippines the 13th largest country by population. Isn't that awesome? In this video, we look into the top 4 reasons to invest in the Philippines, because really, you don't want to miss it out. Number 1. The lucrative BPO market. Business process outsourcing is one of the 2 primary legs to the economy next to remittances. Computer programming, copywriting, accounting, the BPO industry covers a vast array of jobs. In fact, it contributes over $26 billion to the economy in 2019, and now around 12% of the global outsourcing market by revenue. Number 2. The excellent pool of skilled labor at a highly affordable cost. The majority of the population speaks fluent English. It is a primary language of business and commerce. Communication barrier? Non-existent. They're also very culturally aligned with North America due to their history, which results in a very flexible and adaptable workforce. Of course, the cherry on top is that the cost of employing the local talents here just makes a lot of sense. Third, the expanding infrastructure. The fractured island geography has long posed a challenge to the country. Under the ambitious Build, Build, Build project set in 2017, the government aims to decongest traffic, putting its notorious Carmageddon behind and bridging the digital and social gap between cities and rural areas. Thus, one industry to look out for is the real estate industry. And we're not just talking residential real estate. With the Philippines' BPO sector accelerating in growth, the demand for offices and commercial spaces will continue to shoot up. Most importantly, as foreign investors, contrary to a decade ago, you can enjoy various benefits and incentives from the government. So, if you're keen to begin your investment in the Philippines, get started with us today at IQI. You can also check out our video above for more ideas in investing in the Philippines real estate.
Gen Z, you're not too young for the real estate industry. Your age is an age. Here's why. First, your young face will make you stand out because we don't have that many of you yet. Second, this is your time to build good relations. You're fresh, curious, eager to learn. The clients, they love to see this. And speaking of clients, learn all the tricks up your most senior teammate's sleeve to win them over. Number 4, you have less commitment at this age, so make a lot of mistakes. They are your best teachers. We also need your social media and tech prowess because real estate marketing is moving online. And last, while you lack the professional knowledge, you pack a lot of courage. Hiccups don't stop you. So if you fancy what we've just told you, take the leap. With IQI Global, we'll show you how to land strong every single time.
现如今有10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小额通能做什么呢？小额通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台，让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工，同时还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小额通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人，让知识更有价值。
I bet you've seen a lot of companies pledging to go net zero by 2030 or to reach carbon neutrality. But what is carbon neutrality? Think of it as a scale with carbon dioxide emissions weighing on one side generated by the factories, transportation, energy production, and more. On the other side of the scale, we have reduction via tree planting initiatives and the carbon capture technology. Scientists have warned that we must reach net zero emissions by 2050 to avert climate chaos. Countries and companies have come together to pave the way for this goal to come true. It is easy to neglect with the goal being so far away, but remember, the livelihood of ourselves and our species depends on it. At IQI, we have announced and pledged to achieve net zero emissions by 2030, achieving this goal by reducing our emissions impacts as well as other initiatives to reduce carbon.
terms of furnishing, because what you can see here is what you get. All right.
Vietnam, the poster child of economic miracles in Southeast Asia, making headlines worldwide. Today, this Asian country is known for its popular tourist destinations, historical sites, deliciously healthy cuisine, and meteorical economic rise, which is why we say you should invest in Vietnam. But before we dive into details, let's look into the country's profile. Vietnam is a socialist state governed by the Communist Party of Vietnam. The capital city is Hanoi, but the largest city is Ho Chi Minh. Vietnam is the largest producer of cashew nuts and black pepper and the second largest producer of coffee. Fun fact, Vietnam is consistently voted as the cheapest country to travel in Southeast Asia. Fascinating, right? Moving on, reason number one to venture into Vietnam is the strategic location. Vietnam is close to major cities and emerging economies in Asia as well as the world's biggest market, which is China. Other than that, Vietnam has a long coastal line which is close to important shipping routes for export and import. Next, we look into Vietnam's stable and growing economy. Thanks to the 1986's Doi Moi reform, Vietnam has moved from the world's poorest nation into a lower middle income country. The economy has also shown remarkable resilience despite COVID-19. In fact, Vietnam's growth in 2020 has been one of the best in the world. To top it off, over the span of 30 years, the poverty rate has declined sharply from over 70% to below 6%. The backbone of Vietnam's healthy economy is its supportive government policies to spare foreign investment. For example, most industries in Vietnam allow for foreign direct investment, the setup cost is low, and Vietnam has taken part in many foreign trade agreements. Evidently, we see big names like Samsung setting up their R&D center in Vietnam. Vietnam also benefits from the China Plus One strategy used by investors to diversify their risk. Lastly, let's look into Vietnam's young and growing population. Vietnam records a population of over 97 million, which makes it the 15th largest in the world. A huge population coupled with steady economic growth means increased demand for goods. There is also potential for greater skilled workforce. This is shown from Vietnam's achievements in the PISA test, which evaluates the effectiveness of a country's education system. Vietnam also scores first in the Human Capital Index score among middle-income nations. Now that you've heard all of this, you must be very intrigued. So contact us right now and start your investment in Vietnam. You can also check out our videos at IQI Global to learn more about venturing into Vietnam's real estate market. Every 40 seconds, a person dies from suicide. That's close to 800,000 people every year. While effective and proven interventions can be implemented to prevent suicide and the attempt, many still choose not to see mental health as important as physical well-being. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds globally. Let us come together on this day to give importance to mental health and to be there beyond a simple, "How are you?" Always communicate effectively with your colleagues, friends, and loved ones. You may never know. The one who smiles the most may be suffering more within. Each human is unique in how they deal with internal and external challenges. But one thing is clear, no matter how tough you are, we all need care and compassion. Show those around you that seeking medical attention for mental health is perfectly normal and crucial. Remember, let them know that you are there for them.
I am with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
I am with you.
I wish. If only I could have. If only I knew then what I know now. Regret is a terrible thing to have. The key in life to feeling fulfilled is to make sure that all your actions are actions of intentionality. This intentionality will allow you to reach your dreams. Now, the key word is the word reach. I challenge you. Dare to dream big, but make sure that your actions match your aspirations.
One is greater than zero. This is a concept that I always live by. People who want to build personal brand always ask me this: how do I get to 100,000 followers? How do I get more people to buy my product? Well, I often tell them this: those people who have built a successful personal brand have gone through a time when no people actually watch their video. Everybody starts from zero, but you always gotta understand this: one is greater than zero. For all the video that you have started building when they have not many views, you only need to have one view, the right view, who actually is the person of influence, who likes your content and share it, then you reach more people. So always understand this: when you produce content day in, day out, every single day, you are actually targeting to just influence one person, because one is greater than zero. You don't build a wall by actually building a wall. You build a wall by laying the brick in a nice position, one brick by a brick at a time, then you have a wall. Same things go for building a personal brand. You don't jump out and build a personal brand that have 100,000 followers overnight, but you produce content day in and day out, and accumulatively like getting people who actually like and follow your content every single day, then you have a strong personal brand. This is the concept that I live by. I hope that this can actually give you the right mindset while you're building a personal brand. Thank you.
Huge island, massive opportunity. Australia is turning investors' heads for all the right reasons. So, why invest in Australia? But first, a quick trivia. Stunning coastline, sunny weather with adorable mammals. Australia is the 6th largest country in the world and the 12th biggest economy. All these while the country has 3 times more sheep than its people. How awesome is that? Now, let's move on to the main part of this video. What makes Australia so attractive to investors? Number 1, the strong and resilient economy. Australia benefits from its rich natural resources, proximity to Asian powerhouses, and its network of free trade agreements. But what sets Australia apart from many is how prepared it is against crisis. When countries sunk in the 2008 financial crisis, Australia surfed unharmed. Recession? Only 3 decades ago. In 2020, Australia's COVID-19 response made for headlines, the good ones. So, if you're looking for a stable and low-risk destination for investment, Australia has that one checked. Number 2, Australia's dynamic industries offer ample opportunities to investors. The country is a significant exporter of resource and energy, agribusiness, financial services, education, and tourism. For example, Australia is one of the top 3 exporters of resource and energy and boasts the 3rd largest number of foreign students in its world-class tertiary education. 3rd reason to invest in Australia? Its people. The Wi-Fi, ultrasound, black box flight recorder. Australians are the brains behind some of the most groundbreaking technologies. And today, vibrant startup scene. A magnet for global talents, the Australian workforce is highly diverse and multilingual, ranking 8th in the 2020 United Nations Human Development Index. Lastly, and we think this is the crux to the country's success, Australia has laid a strong foundation for investors. The good governance, a business-friendly environment, strong entrepreneurial spirit, and have we mentioned the coast and the sun? People just love living here. There's that laid-back lifestyle that makes it a global drawcard to expatriates. So, interested yet? Start your investment in Australia with us at IQI Global today. For more info on the Australian real estate market, you can have a look at the video above.
什么？要跳出舒适圈才可以成功？那是以前你一直在听别人讲的。跳出舒适圈非常的辛苦，非常的痛苦，而且你要动用很多的能量。为什么要跳出来呢？各位，舒适圈代表着你现在做的事情非常的舒服。那为什么我们不去思考扩大舒适圈呢？以前我觉得运动非常的困难，在这个 MCO 里面呢，我尝试做了一个改变，每天跑一下步，每天运动一下。那累积下来3个月过后，我从开始的500公尺到现在可以跑8公里。后来我发现到，今天如果我没有去运动的话，那我就处在于一个不舒适的环境里面。从本来做运动是很痛苦的，到现在不做运动是非常痛苦的。各位有没有发现到，所谓的扩大舒适圈，就是把你本来不习惯的事情，逐渐的在每一天一点一滴的在改变。后来你发现到，赚2万块是你的舒适圈；后来你发现到，学习是你的舒适圈；后来你发现到，过上好的日子是你的舒适圈。你好，我是 Chen，UIQI 的集团副总裁。
you look at the map, you can see the Philippines is spread over 7,000 islands, then broken into 3 major parts: Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. This archipelago is home to over 100 million people, making the Philippines the 13th largest country by population. Isn't that awesome? In this video, we look into the top 4 reasons to invest in the Philippines, because really, you don't want to miss it out. Number 1. The lucrative BPO market. Business process outsourcing is one of the 2 primary legs to the economy next to remittances. Computer programming, copywriting, accounting, the BPO industry covers a vast array of jobs. In fact, it contributes over $26 billion to the economy in 2019, and now around 12% of the global outsourcing market by revenue. Number 2. The excellent pool of skilled labor at a highly affordable cost. The majority of the population speaks fluent English. It is a primary language of business and commerce. Communication barrier? Non-existent. They're also very culturally aligned with North America due to their history, which results in a very flexible and adaptable workforce. Of course, the cherry on top is that the cost of employing the local talents here just makes a lot of sense. Third, the expanding infrastructure. The fractured island geography has long posed a challenge to the country. Under the ambitious Build, Build, Build project set in 2017, the government aims to decongest traffic, putting its notorious Carmageddon behind and bridging the digital and social gap between cities and rural areas. Thus, one industry to look out for is the real estate industry. And we're not just talking residential real estate. With the Philippines' BPO sector accelerating in growth, the demand for offices and commercial spaces will continue to shoot up. Most importantly, as foreign investors, contrary to a decade ago, you can enjoy various benefits and incentives from the government. So, if you are keen to begin your investment in the Philippines, get started with us today at IQI. You can also check out our video above for more ideas in investing in the Philippines real estate.
Gen Z, you're not too young for the real estate industry. Your age is an age. Here's why. First, your young face will make you stand out because we don't have that many of you yet. Second, this is your time to build good relations. You're fresh, curious, eager to learn. The clients, they love to see this. And speaking of clients, learn all the tricks up your most senior teammate's sleeve to win them over. Number 4, you have less commitment at this age, so make a lot of mistakes. They are your best teachers. We also need your social media and tech prowess because real estate marketing is moving online. And last, while you lack the professional knowledge, you pack a lot of courage. Hiccups don't stop you. So if you fancy what we've just told you, take the leap. With IQI Global, we'll show you how to land strong every single time.
现如今有10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小额通能做什么呢？小额通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台，让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工。同时，还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小额通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人，让知识更有价值。
Ha! Another chance to win a lucky draw prize. So, answer this question. Which of these apps was the first to create a story feature? Scan the QR code and submit your answer. Welcome back to the last sprint of the ADAPT International Convention 2021. I hope you guys are ready because we're going to dive right into the second half of the day. Let us welcome our next speaker.
一个学校能为一个国家、一个民族出这么多敢于去付出生命的精英，我觉得这就是最成功的教育。我觉得现在当今呢，我们这个近视不可怕，短视最可怕。
是
一个没有传承的中国留学生出去就是行尸走肉。
孔校长请问您为什么要从事教育行业，以及您创办孔裔国际教育集团的初心是什么呢？
其实每一个人做事情呢，都有一个原委，也会有一个前缘。说到我做教育呢，这个可以说来话长。我过去呢是从事文化创意产业的，最早呢我是一个学艺术的人。后来呢，又从事了这个很多年的专业艺术工作。在2008年呢，我是完成了这个奥运会的很多大型项目之后，因为我一直做战略策划，我就觉得这个中国的文化创意产业呢，可能会在一段时间呢，不可能像奥运会这样的大项目再青睐于中国。所以我就在度假的时候呢，在欧洲呢，我就在寻找下一步发展的机会。一个很偶然的机会呢，有朋友想请我说去世界所谓的最精英的学校，这就是英国以及世界各国的王子王储世界五百强子弟争先恐后要进入的一所学校。这所学校叫伊顿公学。我过去对伊顿呢没有什么认知，但当我第一次到伊顿，看到市长、校长和主席3位带领学生来迎接我的时候，我被他们的阵势所震撼。你看到是穿着笔挺的燕尾服，英姿，那种气质，包括对人的彬彬有礼那种感觉让我觉得哟，这样是一所什么样的学校？我是带着这样的好奇进入到这个校园。那么伊顿人呢，是用鼻孔眼看人的我们都知道他们那种高傲。但是当见到我之后呢，说因为我是孔子的后人，那天他们是相当的谦和。走到一面墙面前呢，上面有密密麻麻的刻满了很多人的名字，他们都非常的低下头，一种很虔诚的心态问了我一个问题，说孔先生您猜一下这面墙上都是什么人？我说你们刚才说了伊顿有600年，出了当年是19位首相，说30-40%的议员呢都是出自于伊顿公学。我说那是不是600年以来你们伊顿培养的最杰出的校友？他们说 no， 这是1战2战为国捐躯的伊顿的毕业生和在校生。什么叫肃然起敬？什么叫油然而生敬意？在我心里，我相信大家也会有这样的感触。一个学校能为一个国家、一个民族出这么多敢于去付出生命的精英，我觉得这就是最成功的教育。
是这个，我其实也挺有感触因为早2天刚刚从青海的省会城市西宁回来，我在那边刚刚也是参观了这一个西路军的这一个博物馆，那边牺牲的几千名的这一个红军烈士们，也是一个一个名字就刻在墙上。当时跟我一起去还有一些党校的一些的领导们 他们看到那面墙，我们也是非常肃然起敬。
是的
深深
包括最近的电影《长津湖》，
是刚刚我
这种肃然起敬，就是一个民族和一个国家要有这样的一个群体，要有这样一种敢于牺牲自己的这种精神。所以呢，伊顿的精神深深打动了我。在晚宴的时候呢，他们问了我一个问题，说孔先生，我们都非常敬仰伟大的教育家孔子，那么您作为孔子的后人，为什么不做教育？我觉得这不是询问，这是一种质问。所以当下我心里头呢，想了3个字儿：你等着。
这个问题真的是很直达人心。
所以第2天我就结束了我再到欧洲南部去旅游的这样的一个计划。我到现在10几年了，我再也没去到我心驰神往的那几个旅游目的地。因为这10几年我调转车头回来，从零开始开创了孔毅国际教育集团，创建了孔毅国际工学。那么现在10几年以来呢，我已经在中国、英国、美国都开创了学校。那么不仅开创了学校，我在最早的伊顿人的这种高傲和伊顿公学的这种成就的这种激励下，我就觉得东方应该有一个伊顿公学的这样的学校，这样的学府，为民族和国家培养未来的精英。
对，
所以呢，我有一个梦想，就是西方的伊顿和未来东方的孔毅，是并驾齐驱、比翼双飞的教育的这个培养精英的地方。所以呢，带着这样的一个梦想呢，我就开创了孔毅公学的漫长的10几年的道路。
这个我确实也很有感触，我就觉得我们中国5000年的这个传统文化咱们这个孔子的这个精神传扬到现在已经是2500多年了，是非常有历史的这样一个民族。我们其实积累了很多的一些文化的这个精髓，是我们需要教育的这些领袖们，像您这样的校长能够带起我们整一个行业。然后
但是现在我们的整个的文化市场呢是比较混沌的。中国文化上下5000年但是我们真正的文化 IP，真正的文化精髓，在当今的国人当中呢，可以说有很多都是鲜为人知的。比如说我开创孔毅公学的时候呢，我创建了新6艺的教育体系。我可以考您一个问题吗？您知道6艺是什么吗？
我做了一点点小功课。
假如您不做功课，您知道，实话实说，知道6艺是什么吗？
不知道。
对，99%的我曾经问过的人都不知道，或都说不全。除了学历史，甚至学这个汉语言文学的什么这样的人，他们会知道6艺是什么。其实呢，自古以来，6艺礼乐射御书数，它就是社会的主流文化。我们知道有句话叫礼崩乐坏，您就知道6艺的这个整个的社会主流文化的这个构架有多么的重要。礼崩了，乐坏了，社会和国家就有危机了。所以呢，在孔子的教育体系当中呢，礼乐射御书数是用整个的6艺来教学生全能教育、全能培养。他培养通达6艺的人，6艺全能的人。只有这样的人呢，他会用综合素质和综合的这种素养，用更加高瞻远瞩的这种思维，然后呢去为人处事。
对，我觉得这个真的好重要。您看他现在就是青少年很多学生其实现在中国的近视率挺高的。
近视率很高，
身体的
未必是看书学习的现在的先天的我们的这个出生之后的体质，包括电子产品，包括这个不健康的读书看书的习惯等等，这些都是小问题。我觉得现在当今呢，我们这个近视不可怕，短视最可怕。
是
如果一个国家和民族呢，如果没有一个高瞻远瞩的这样的一个目光，没有一个循序渐进的进程，没有把礼乐射御书数作为主流的文化，甚至于不知道礼乐射御书数的6艺是真正的综合素质的体系，这是很可怕的。所以呢，在这里呢，我就觉得，如果把6艺变成了新6艺，赋予了时代和东西方文化的融合， 再让学生在礼乐射御书数全能教育、全能培养，同时呢又有在6艺当中的一技之长，我觉得这才是最好的教育。这是我10几年来做孔医工学，在中国、英国、美国3国办学，培养出了12届22%进入世界前10读本科的学生，而且我培养出的中国学生呢，会颠覆甚至于改变他所在的世界名校过去很多届的中国留学生的这种印象。我觉得这就是6艺的精髓，这就是六艺的功力，这也是6艺的魅力。
是
啊，
确实看到可能让国外的学生那些同学们，还有或者国外的一些领导们、老师们，能够感觉到中国学生身上传承出来的中国千年的这样
一个没有传承的中国留学生出去就是行尸走肉，永远是在像浮萍一样，被吹来吹去，永远像黄花一样去边游，啊，很多时候我们看到留学生在这个宿舍里头看《甄嬛传》，一帮人在一块涮火锅，但是社会的主流的活动你介入不进去，人家的主流文化你介入不进去，请问你出去留学干什么？要带着自己的文化，成为文化的使者，走入世界名校，这才是留学生的使命和责任。所以呢，在我的学校当中，在孔医国际工学当年的新6艺的体系的这种培养下，我们这些学生走出国门的时候，他都这个塑造了中华留学生的新形象，
它是中国文化的这样的一个使者，
一种传承，
这个我真的是非常的有感触。
所以说呢，
对，
培养出了这么多届这样的学生，我到现在非常的欣慰。虽然在这个当中，我可以用一路走来，且歌且行，我可以用砥砺前行走过了10几年，培养出了12届这样的学生。但是现在呢，虽然因为疫情的原因，甚至中美关系的问题，还有很多的这个包括疫情现在不敢让低龄孩子出国留学这样的事情，我觉得呢，困难都是暂时的。只要我们心存那个使命感，我相信任何的困难都可以解决。我相信中国不管未来有多么强大，国际社会的文化融合和我们学生走向世界，成为文化使者的传播者，同时呢，又像玄奘取经一样，能把别人很好的这种经验和精髓呢带到中国来。我觉得这也是当代留学生的使命和责任。所以在这里呢，做教育呢是非常有意义的。这就是我在10几年前，在完成了原始的积累，我生活已经很富足的时候，别人谁都想象不到我为什么突然间蒸发了10几年。过去的很多所谓高大上的朋友都不知道我去干什么去了。忽然呢，这个我就去从事了教育，成为了一个教育工作者。而且呢，很多我的发小，很多我过去很多很好的朋友，当外国朋友问他的时候，你能想象到你过去的好朋友，你的发小未来成为一个教育家吗？他们都说没有想到。其实没有想到，包括我自己，在过去我也没有想到。其实没有使命感，没有责任，如果没有当年的伊顿之问，我相信也激励不了我责无旁贷和全身心的投入到教育事业当中去。吃了多少苦，受了多少罪，这些东西都不谈，我只欣慰的看我培养出了多少学生。我创建了孔子6艺之后的新6艺，把东西文化融合在一起然后用6艺呢做了全人教育、全能培养的综合素质的教育体系。实践证明，用新6艺培养出的中国的学生素质是非常非常好的。在这里呢，我可以给你普及一下。刚才因为我问的6艺呢，您那个还不是特别清楚。这是一个普遍的社会现象，包括我们现在的教育从业者，有很多人都不知道6艺是什么，都不知道什么叫综合素质。我在这里也跟大家这个分享一下其实6艺呢，礼乐射御书数，我说过去自古以来是中国的社会主流文化，礼崩乐坏，社会民族国家就会危急。所以在6艺当中呢，礼乐射御书数他们是排在前2位的。所以你去培养一个学生， 如果不懂礼，礼是什么？是法理，而不是礼节、礼仪，也不是过去有理走遍天下，无理寸步难行的道理的理，都不是，就是这个礼数法理的理。在这里呢，过去的礼呢是有限定所指的，在新六艺的礼当中呢，诠释为道德准则、价值观念、公民意识、社会责任和国际礼仪文化以及法律常识。我刚才说的礼，您是不是觉得是一个很空洞的东西？但是我刚才把这些一跟您讲之后，您就知道，在当今我们的中国，我们的礼何在？我们的孩子们躺平，躺平是因为不懂礼，不懂使命与责任，不懂公民的责任，也不懂得社会的道德准则。我们的这些这个损人利己者比比皆是。这就是用礼可以恢复到一个太平盛世、夜不闭户、路不拾遗的时代。就是从孔子过去做代国相的时候，很短的时间内就把鲁国变成了夜不闭户、路不拾遗的地方。所以这就是礼的作用。礼之后是乐，乐在这里呢诠释为艺术修养之大成。就是我们现在呼吁中国社会有一种教育叫美育。非常缺失，美育缺失了，三俗就盛行了。所以当人家世界各地笑话中国大妈的红纱巾飘向世界的时候，就是缺了美育。所以在六艺的教育体系当中呢，乐就是艺术修养之大成。因为
还有美学
不，美学只是乐当中的一部分啊，一部分。所以呢，艺术修养决定人的思维方式和想象空间以及创造力。
还有那个人的气质，其实
所以
会从
对气质是由内而外的，那只是我们美育当中的一种修为和修养的东西。但是呢，我本人是学音乐的，我为什么能去做战略策划？你只要有问题，我保准有不同于别人的，也许是更加贴切的解决方式。这就是我学艺术的结果。
是
我的思维方式跟别人不一样，切入点不一样。我会在一之上做举一反三，所以这就是乐的魅力和作用。射，过去指射箭，开弓射箭，指这个，只是一种技能。在这里呢，是这个技能培养、竞技之道、学以致用、知行合一和社会实践。这是我们的射。那么射之后呢是御，御过去是指驾战车的能力。现在需要驾战车吗？不需要了。所以呢，在六艺当中的御诠释为领导力、自信心、自律性、团队合作。这就是我去伊顿公学学习，知道它的四大法宝：领导力、自信心、自律性、团队合作。在我的新六艺的体系当中，我一个御字儿全囊括了。所以在这个当中呢，在礼乐射御之后呢，就非常重要的是书。书呢，过去是记录书写，在这儿呢，新六已经诠释为东西方文化的交流和古今文化融合的人文科学。所以在这里呢，用书来代表是非常贴切的，让我们孩子懂得古今中外的人文是非常重要的，这叫文化底蕴。最后一个就是数，数学的数。过去的数呢，指丈量计算和天文和天象。在这儿呢，新六艺之数呢，诠释为自然科学，刚才那些全在自然科学里边，和科技的创新探索能力。所以这个六艺您听完解释之后呢，您是不是觉得这就是整体的综合素质的体系？
是。
但同时呢，我会让学生呢还会有一技之长。这就是我这12届毕业生这个迈入世界名校22%在世界前10，他们都重新塑造了中华留学生的新形象，因为他们六艺兼修，六艺全能，而且每个孩子至少有一技之长。所以这就是学以致用非常好的一种精英教育的一种方式。
我个人认为，就是刚才说的这个孔子六艺当中，我觉得排第一，他为什么礼排第一？我觉得是有道理的，因为您刚才讲的是中国公民的这个素质，他的素养，他的道德规范， 这个都在这个礼的里面。
对，
我觉得这
中华的传承上下5000年就是以礼传承的。
对，
所以呢，我们
术什么，它可能是知识或者说探索能力，这可能是培养他的。
书和术是文理科，但是礼乐射御这是综合素质啊。所以呢，在这里呢，我们因为篇幅的原因呢，我们就不多赘述啊。在这里呢，非常感谢这个平台呢，让大家作为从6亿到新6亿的传播平台。在这里呢，我最后说一下，新6亿打造了10几年之后，它的结果怎么样呢？您知道世界上是不是有很多国际文凭啊？是有很多的国际标准呢。
对，
您知道雅思、托福、IB、A-level 等等，对 AP 等等。IB 是什么？您知道吗？IB 是30年前一个老人家创造了一些课程，给英语为母语国家的流动人口的孩子，也包括使馆人士的孩子，创造了这样的一套课程，它可以通达到所谓的世界各地。但是呢，这里面的文化底蕴和意识形态是西方社会的，但是我们在中国最精英的家庭，把孩子送到了所谓的国际学校，有很多人是在学人家英语为母语国家的流动人口的孩子，用他的意识形态和文化底蕴在培养。所以这就是我为什么要创建 ACB， 就是孔子国际文凭的这样的一个初衷。对 CB 的初衷。那么 Confucian Baccalaureate 这个孔子文凭呢，不是我起的名字，是世界最权威的学历学位认证机构 UKNERIC，他把我的新6亿做认证的时候，我们最早想起的名字叫新6亿国际文凭，后来他们一夜之间有一个专家，像霍金一样的顶尖的专家，他建议说不要叫这个名字，就直接叫孔子文凭。我说孔子文凭会不会让大家误认为是一个中国的文凭？他说 no， 因为孔子是属于全人类的，他是属于 global， 是属于全球的，所以不用加国际，孔子就是世界的，就是国际的。所以这样的文化自信，我相信如果我们真正的掌握了这样的文化根基，懂得了文化精髓，懂得古为今用之后呢，我们中国会有坚定不移的走自己文化 IP 的这样的路线，让更多的世界的各个方面都来承认中国的文化，让中国的文化成为世界的主流，这才是一个5000年文化底蕴国家应该担负起的世界的责任。所以在这里呢就不多赘述了，希望大家呢能去了解6亿到新6亿什么叫综合素质发展和培养的体系，也能呢通过这个平台呢让更多的人知道孔子文凭是来自于东方，来自于中国的第一个世界文凭。孔子文凭可以通达到186个国家，孩子可以用孔子文凭去考世界各地的名校。这就是孔子后人为什么开创孔毅国际教育集团，为什么孔子后人在做教育不混沌的只是传承，要去做发扬使命的孔毅教育的一个初心。
太棒了，太棒，这太感人的这样的一个初心，从伊顿这一个灵魂灵魂的一个这样的
灵魂的一个
使命感的这样的一个质问，然后引起了这样子的您的一个强烈的这一个有这样的一个初心，创建了这样的一个孔毅国际教育集团，以及
谢谢您跟我的交流，也谢谢您的交流，让我把我的心里话借我们今天这个平台呢讲给我们线上线下的很多朋友，谢谢，
谢谢。
Do you know 50% or the more companies are planning to accelerate their task automated for HR management system? 84% of the companies plan to accelerate their digitization process for workflows, work management, HR processes, and so on. 60% of the employee thinks their skill will be outdated within the next 3 to 4 years. And also, 1/3 of the HR employees or HR executives in the tech companies are confident that HR needs to transform technologically to sustain in long run. And they're looking for technology-driven HR management system. Hi, my name is Nashid. I'm the founder and chief executive officer of a technology startup company called Cloud Creative, where we help companies and communities at large to build our applications on cloud, like human resource management system, accounting system, payroll, inventory, and so on. I'm also helping our professional speakers and also a co-founder and growth chair of a professional speakers platform called Professional Speakers Bangladesh, who is also partnering in this convention ADAPT to help different speakers around the world. On the separate note, I am also a faculty to teach cloud computing to master's and bachelor students. During this COVID, we see a lot of tractions in technologies. Technology is like a cutting edge and helping people to work from home to serve all the necessity needs. E-commerce is booming based on technologies and so on. On the other hand, the human resource management system and the HR employees are in a very critical role for keeping the employees working from home, managing or maintaining a good mental health for the employees who is working from home, as well as working online and serving the day-to-day needs, and also helping the mindsets of the employee during this COVID period of time. So all the human resource management personnel, it's finding their job are very critical during this time, managing everything online rather face-to-face interactions. So it became a challenge for all the employees and the employers to make sure their employees are keeping top of their mental health as well as well-being, working from home continuously. Because we passed a terrible time where lockdown was there. Still, there are some areas there are lockdowns and others. So in particular, the HR managers are required to reconsider and formulate the human resource management system to preserve the welfare of the employees and to optimize their effectiveness in the midst of this pandemic. But the question is how? Some of the HR's personnel we talked during this COVID period of time, and we visited a couple of companies during the early 2021, just to highlight, just to understand the necessity of a human resource management system, which will integrate all the latest technologies running on the cloud so that they can work anywhere, any places, and serve the purpose. So most of the human resource management organizations, C-levels, we visited, talked, online meetings and everything. So we gathered some of the informations which will really help many companies who is not having the human resource management system or definitely looking for a human resource management system or human capital management system in coming future, which will be a technology driven and they can serve the purpose. So to address this, all the concerns, all the communications, all the necessities, a technology driven human resource management system is required to serve the purpose and to feel like employees, same work environment like before, whether they are working at home or in office, because challenges are coming, challenges was there, and some uncertainties are still there during this COVID period of time. So adding all the informations, suggestions, and some findings, I will be sharing the next couple of minutes to you how a technology-driven HR management system looks like, and adding some key features which can be very simple for many organizations, but the necessity is still there, and necessity is still be highly recommended in future as well. So let's start some modules or manuals, or let's talk about some of the key benefits having these modules on board with the technology-driven HR management system. Many companies are having the HR system maintaining the manual versions. Some of them are online, some of them are fully online, some of them are integrated with different systems. But all the modules or manuals will be integrated in one platform. Then the HR will have the different workings and they can serve better. Why we mean by different modules in one platforms? The different modules means like from hire to resign, from payroll to attendance management system, from leave management system to inventory management system. All the modules, if it is there in one single platform, this will really help the employees, the HR, the C-levels, and all the organizations to serve their purpose needs. So, having said that, we highlight that all the modules or all the functionalities in one platform is really an added advantage. Next, we can talk about the attendance. So why we talk about attendance? Some of you guys are asking, like, human resource management system should have an attendance integrated, right? But the point is, attendance devices integrated in respective offices. But during the lockdown, it was very difficult to go and give the attendance, right? Offices were closed and there are a couple of teams, groups, or functions in an organization that requires discussion, visit to the customers. So that's one of the reasons we found out that a manual attendance from the system with the geolocations or the maps integrations is really an impressive features to add. So most of the companies who work from home still not certain that when they fully physically operate, those companies are welcoming these features a lot. So the employees who have the meetings and working from home can do the manual attendance from the system with the geography location added. So the HR manager or the sub or the line manager or the manager can see all of their employees working effectively from the locations they assigned and serve the purpose. So manual attendance with geolocations is very much important features we want to highlight there. Next, it's a pretty interesting features can be added in the future technology-driven HR management system, which is e-learning platform. The same question you may ask, like the manual attendance, why we need an e-learning management system in HR system? Because we found during this COVID, most of the companies are struggling to keep their employees' mental health stable, and also giving them a good training on board, because physical interactions were not there. And the employees, on the other hand, are really looking for self-development. So they were looking for different trainings to develop themselves, because they were working from home, and working from home for a long time, people need some relaxed time, right? Because no matter how long you work, you're still at home. So this of self-development were one of the key areas that most of the employees are looking for. And online trainings, online curriculums were simply highlighted by different companies. The training platform, the e-learning platforms, content providers were really busy during this time to keep adjusted with the customer needs and the employees as well. So having said that, an e-learning platform can help the employees working from home by putting a lot of online courses for particular employees. Also, they can get the assessments of required courses from the employees, and the HRs or the organization can sign up with different content providers for the e-learning platforms. So the content employee can generate it, or they can assign with the content provider to push the content to the HR system. And these e-learning platforms should have the capability to integrate with Zoom, Google Meet, or third-party applications to serve the purpose need. So you don't have to go for different platforms for these courses and trainings. And it can be same like the Udemy, like if you join in one course, after finishing one module, the another modules will open, and after finishing the course in a due time, the time can be measured by the HR or the functional managers, so the employee can fulfill the courses, can get the badge like superheroes or some motivational badges, so that other employees who can be benefited. Also, these e-learning platforms can be used to push all the notices, requirements from management and the teams as well, because the physical interactions was not there, and most of the companies, as the lockdown are still not there for many countries, but still many organizations are working from home as well. So this e-learning platform is bringing or will bring a huge benefits to all the employees, and they will feel that all the necessary informations are there in a single platform. So many employees can fill up the training need assessment form from the HR system, and HR, on the other hand, get all the informations, feed the necessary courses, trainings in the e-learning platform, and make a feel that one platform can help all the employees in the area of self-development. Next, we can also talk during this crisis time or during this post-COVID, the necessity of event and announcement will be huge benefits. Apart from different core functions of the HR management system, events and announcement can be there in the HR solutions, so that the employee can buy the tickets from different occasions. Also, HR can highlight different online activities throughout this module or through its functionalities as well. If the organizations have no bindings for work from home, then they can still help, or they can still provide some of the discounts offer, like you have the next movies, James Bond movies, right? 10% discounts on the purchasing movies for that particular organizations can be pushed in the events and announcements, or the promotions, or some group discussions, or some birthday activities from the event management. The moral of these features are to help the employees boost their moral needs, boost their activities, so that they can serve well during this ups and downs of the economy and COVID era. So all the modules, all the functionalities, what I talked, came from different organizations and the necessity of the needs from different organizations. So the next generation HR solutions should be well data driven. So from hiring to resign, every areas there is a need, and there is a data is generated. So HR or the line managers can have a data-driven frameworks to understand our needs of particular employees and helping to achieve a great success in his career, in his or her career. So data literacy is very important. So companies, HR, C-levels have a huge responsibilities for the data literacy, from reads to applies these data matrices to the KPIs. So the KPIs will be well adjusted or well maintained because the things, the physical interactions, the physical discussions were not there. And maybe if the COVID cases increases in futures or some uncertainties, people still require to work from home. So the shift of normal activities will again change and in work from home. So measuring the KPIs well balanced, we need a data-driven approaches to maintain that. Also, from the analytics point of view, right, the transition is very much needed. The transition from people analytics insights to actions can help all the employees to understand where are they now and what are the areas they need to achieve in future. At the separate notes, the HR needs to work with this analytics to help all the employees in their mental health, physical health, as well as to keep them grow in long run and help the companies to success during this adversity. So having said all the features and others, the need of artificial intelligence or AI analytics in HR systems is highly recommended. A couple of organizations who are helping these human resource technologies are also adapting AI in their systems. So from reporting point of view, HR reporting and others, the integration of AI is much needed. So the employees, different reports from the employees, checkpoints, inputs. If the AI is added, the results will be much more accurate than manual or automated, and AI will help the HR to take the decisions. Not only the HR, also the C-levels, line managers, supervisors, and everything. So the decisions having AI on board in the system will definitely help the employees for success. And also, starting from the resumes or the job banks, integration of AI will help to understand a perfect employee for the jobs, because job crises started emerging during this COVID period of time, and still it's one of the critical areas where the employers are suffering. So getting a perfect employee or the necessary information filled up for a particular employee to understand the job needs, AI-driven candidate resumes can be really helpful to get the right employee in right time to fulfill the needs. Also, we found that the AI-backed chatbots can also help asking or solving different questions from the candidates who apply for positions, as well as helping the internal employees for many questions, suggestions, guidelines. So chatbots is much needed, and if it is added on the HR system backed by AI, will be really helpful to overcome the manual interactions from the employees. And AI can also help with the learning and development programs so that the well-designed learning and development program can help the employees to success, and also helping the employees to learn no matter where they are, at home or in office. The shift, the changes can be overcome, and the gaps, what they are facing in their personal development, can be fulfilled by the AI-driven learning and development programs. Next, last but not the least, most of the human resource management system, we see a lot of the reports are there. But if there are customized reports by individual levels or the department levels is there, then it is really helpful to serve the purpose needs of different organizations. Most of the human resource management systems have a predefined reports done by the organizations or the service providers. But if a particular employees can generate the reports by themselves, a customized one, and share with their colleagues for decision making, it's a really added advantage. So all the points, what I shared, based on analysis, based on internet, based on discussion to many HR organizations, and having all these functionalities in a human resource management system will have a really added advantage, because the necessity of digital HR is very much needed, where the technology is bound to help different organizations to success and push a creative ways to leverage them, exploring how the organization can be strengthened with the digital base of HR, and the true power of HR in technologies can help the organization to take the decisions to overcome all the ups and downs in the organization during COVID and the post-COVIDs, and to sustain in long run. So I hope all these suggestions is really helpful, and feel free to reach out to me if you need any further discussions. I'll be really much helpful to share my experience of almost 22 years in technology to help, to guide, and to structure the necessity of the information. Thanks a lot for hearing me. Have a great day. Thank you.
Hi friends, good evening. This is Mannu, Bhazin, country head and CEO for IQI India. A very warm welcome on this show where I would be sharing with you my views and my ideas about this pandemic and this world beyond this pandemic. As a human race, we have evolved from this pandemic, and how beautifully we've been able to control this and come out from this pandemic, from this virus. When this virus struck, this entire earth went into the stage of lockdown to prevent this deadly virus, and how we invented the vaccine so that this human race could be saved, and how the field staff, how the scientists spent endless nights in generating and inventing this vaccine, and how beautifully this field staff went on the ground level to do 10 million, 15 million vaccinations in a day in a nation like India, where when this pandemic hit us in the second phase, and when this entire country was going through the oxygen shortage, how the railways, how the airways, how the roadways helped the movement of oxygen from one place to another, was evolution for a human race. Then vaccination, India emerged as a superpower, help other nations in spreading happiness through the spread of vaccinations. distributed medicines wherever necessary in other countries. Wherever we could help out, we reached out the nations, and our Prime Minister Mr. Modi helped every nation in bringing out the fellowship, the human being, the being among the nations. And then as a country, India again emerged as a superpower in terms of the economy. The GST collection month after month is hitting 1 lakh crore plus. It even went up to 1.3 lakh crores in a month, which shows the stability in the Indian economy. Then the real estate prices and everywhere, and all the prices are heading towards north. We've seen the effect on gold prices. We have seen the effect on our share prices, where exactly the share prices are heading towards. This entire episode has shown the world that Indian economy is booming like anything. We are a stable nation, and the quantum of revenue that we are able to generate, it's totally consumer market. India is totally consumer market, and we are here. Post-pandemic and during pandemic, India has emerged as a super nation. What we were just discussing, the GST collections are all-time high. The demand for FMCG is all-time high. And all the consumables you see, the demands are all-time high. You see cars, you see FMCG, you see clothing, fashion, all the industry, the demand is all-time high. Then manufacturing is all-time high. Now moving from FMCG to cars to real estate, the real estate also housing demands are all-time high, retail is all-time high, warehousing is all-time high, the economy is right now behaving unstoppable. So India has shown that it's a consumer market, and as a country, post-pandemic, the numbers are fantabulously going fine, super fine. All the retail stores, the malls, the businesses are back to 90-95% to the normal, to the pre-COVID levels. The consumption of electricity, consumption of diesel, consumption of petrol, everything is back to normal, to pre-COVID level. So as a nation, India has evolved fantastically and in a very short duration of time. So post-pandemic, I see great future for the entire nation and for the entire world, and there's several factors that are helping this human race, because human race, as Zaman said, is adaptive, and the more adaptive we are, the faster we grow and the longer duration we grow. So work from home has given a new shift in the working place. It has shown the people that the work is important and not the place is important. So work from home is totally dependent upon technology. Again, all the digital payment, again it's technology. The OTT rise because of pandemic, again it's technology. So we have seen in the last 2 years, the world has evolved from a world that was lesser dependent on technology to a world that is more dependent on technology. So tech intelligence has actually revolutionized the way this human race is behaving right now. Then your Swiggy, your Zomato, the delivery, the warehouses, everything is shifted from normal to digital. Everything can today be seen, be evaluated in real time because of tech. This technology has taken this human race during this pandemic to a different level. Right? And in real estate sector also, this technology has grown many folds. Earlier, in a residential market in India, there was only 4% conversion, 4% people, 4% consumer were people who were buying real estate through tech. In last 2 years, this number from 4%, 5% has grown up to 25%, which is almost 400, 500 times of growth in last 2 years. That people who are buying real estate in India have moved on from the conventional way of buying real estate to digital. So it's 5 times more customers on tech which are ready to buy real estate via tech. So it's again a technology revolution. So this shift has given rise to new startups, new ideas, new ventures, and everybody knows that India is the market where consumers are ready to experiment, to go and see what exactly is available in this technology market. So in the end, I would like to state that we, the human race, has outgrown and evolved we've outgrown and evolved as a race post-pandemic and during pandemic. And I would like to thank to Adapt Convention for bringing up this awareness session, and thank you IQI team for giving this kind of platform to talk about this pandemic. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Delemos, Executive Director, IQI India. COVID, as we all know, has changed the way the world operates, businesses operate, and I would like to, pleasure to draw some highlights, some points that will be knowledge for all the builders, developers across the world. And most of the points, most of the features, most of the factors that used to be delight factors pre-COVID times have now become hygiene factors, because any investor, anywhere, any investor, small or big around the world, wants a guaranteed return, wants a guarantee on his investments. Therefore, these hygiene factors become extremely important for any success of business anywhere. Number one, for example, I like to highlight some few points. For example, a project conceptualization. Most people who own land, they say, I own this land and I will just probably build houses and sell it off in the market. But I must like to draw this point that without a concept, nothing sells, nothing moves. There is nothing ordinary that can be done today to become successful. You have to be correct in what you do. That is project conceptualization. Now you come to the marketing point. Once you make a concept, you need to market that concept, and if you don't have the marketing strategy right, you will never get your product across to the right prospective customer. So again, it is a hygiene factor which has to be planned well in advance and executed accordingly. Next is maybe financial management. Now, if the utilization of resources is not right, if you don't get it right, if it is not planned right, you are 100% going to go wrong. The degree of debt control, debt management, if you don't get that right, you will always get stuck at a particular point of the project. Customer management, if your people in your customer department are not trained to handle inquiries, you will always have a problem at the customer end. You'll never have a satisfied customer. What is the turnaround time? What are you committing to the customers? Each and everything is a hygiene factor today for business success. HR. If you don't have trained, what is the type of manpower that you have, what is the quality of manpower you have, how much have you put into training your people, that also matters. It is also a hygiene factor. It is not a delight factor anymore. Training is a hygiene factor. It has to be done. Number 4, once you have taken care of all these things, project consultation is one of the most major points where builders think that they know everything. Mind you, at a particular point, they always come and raise their hands and seek help. They seek help for one thing or the other. So if you have to seek help, you must seek it at the right time. There are 2 things that you will achieve from this. You will always be in the right direction, and your speed will be absolutely right. If you are going to take care of your business hygiene, there is 100% business success going to follow. So it is my best wishes to everyone. Please plan your business, please take care of hygiene factors, and rock on.
Hello, my name is James Macdonald, and I'm the head of Savills Research in China. Today's presentation is touching upon the developer financing market and the state of the residential sector. My first slide here looks at the overall debt in the country versus the total GDP. As you can see on the left-hand side, China's non-financial sector debt to GDP totaled around about 150% just before the global financial crisis, where it had been for a number of years. And then immediately after the global financial crisis, it started to rise quite quickly, reaching around about 240% by the end of 2020. Now, this is comparable to some of the more developed nations, such as the United Kingdom, United States. However, it's not necessarily the overall quantum, but just how quickly we've seen an increase in terms of that non-financial sector debt, because that gives an indication that companies and the overall country is very heavily reliant upon an expansion in terms of debt, not just debt per se, but also the expansion in terms of debt. On the right-hand side, we also look at a breakdown in terms of the different parts of society that that debt is held by, and we can see that the government's taken great effort to control the overall corporate debt level, so the non-financial corporation debt peaked out in 2016 around about 160%, came down and then gradually increased again, or so not gradually, but relatively quickly increased immediately after COVID-19. But what we have seen is a steady increase in terms of the overall household debt and also the general government debt over the last 5 years or so. Now looking at overall financing, so this is aggregate financing data from the People's Bank of China. And again, we can see the tremendous effort that the government has put to reduce their overall debt expansion. So if you look at the line there, the outstanding year-on-year financing, we can see that in early 2017, the expansion in terms of total financing was around about 16% year-on-year. That then fell through to around about 10% in the early 2018. And then stabilized there. Obviously, during COVID-19, there was some expansion in terms of total financing, but again, quite quickly after COVID-19 was controlled within the China's borders, that we actually started to see a decrease in terms of the overall expansion in terms of financing, down again to around about that 10% level, where we expect, or many people expect, the overall level in terms of expansion in terms of financing is expected to remain for the foreseeable future. Specifically in terms of the real estate market, we have seen particular tightening in terms of financing. We saw a crackdown in terms of the shadow banking sector and wealth management products. Then last year we saw what was implemented was the 3 red lines, which we'll talk about later on. We saw a limit in terms of bank lending to developers in terms of percentage of their total loan books. And we saw increasing requirements on developer financing or developer equity when it comes to actually the acquisition of land as well. Also on the right hand side, we can see that while the vast majority in terms of financing still comes from banks, which has been the traditional lending source for a number of developers, we have seen increasing percentage of developer financing coming from both domestic bonds and also offshore bonds as well. So in this analysis, we see that the offshore bonds account for about 11% of developer financing, account for about 2.2 trillion RMB. So obviously, as it becomes more difficult to roll over debt, or the financing costs of rolling over debt increase significantly in the offshore markets, that will obviously have an impact in terms of those developers who have issued that form of debt. What we can see for the first 8 months of this year is also a decrease in terms of that form of financing. So we can see that the onshore bonds and onshore loans has decreased by 39%, and the offshore and bonds and loan market has fallen by 29%. This was just another way to look at some of the loan data. So I recently saw this from one of the other analysts looking at the real estate market, and it just looks at what is the net increase of property loans as a percentage of the net increase of total RMB loans. So how much of the new loan book is actually going to developers or to the mortgage sector. So more recently, there's been very little lending or expansion in terms of total lending to developers. So we can see at the far right there that has gone to close to zero, so it's decreased since just before COVID-19 from a high of around about 12 to 13%. And at the same time, we've seen a significant decrease in terms of the overall expansion of lending that is going towards the mortgage market. So again, we saw a peak back in 2017, and that has now fallen down to around about, so again, that 12 to 13% range in terms of the percentage of total expansion of loans going to the mortgage sector. Now, this to many people may seem relatively counterintuitive. However, this is actually looking at the cost of debt of bonds issued offshore and onshore. We've actually seen a decrease in terms of the overall cost of debt, but that is primarily because the high yielding debt issuers are unable to actually issue debt, and so the only people that are able to issue debt at the moment tend to be the more creditworthy individuals, and so therefore their coupon rates are relatively low. But generally speaking, what we're seeing is the domestic bond market still is more favorable to developers. We're looking at coupon rates around about 4 to 4.5%, whereas the overseas bond markets are continuing to issue some of the higher yielding bonds. So around coupons around about sort of 6 to 8% generally, although there are some which are obviously going up into the double digits. While there are a number of concerns about bond defaults, if we look at the data from CIC, we can see domestic bond defaults for all industries, not specifically the real estate sector, but all industries have been relatively manageable. Now, there's obviously been a lot of news about certain developers, about their potential to actually default in terms of some of the larger bonds. However, we haven't actually seen that happen quite yet, and at the final moment they have been able to actually repay the bond holders. It does continue to remain a significant risk. However, at the moment we're not necessarily seeing that in terms of the figures of the actual bond defaults, but again, many companies are riding a thin line between defaults and not defaults. Now turning to the banking sector, looking at reported non-performing loans. So on the left hand side there is the total loan book, so both the non-performing loans and also the special mention, which some people feel are NPLs in all but name. So we have seen a rise in terms of that total value from early 2014, about 2 trillion RMB, up to around about 6.5 trillion RMB by midpoint of 2021. However, you look at that as a total percentage of the loan book, then we've actually seen a slight decline over the last 4 or 5 years. However, many people do feel that potentially those reported are being underrepresented at the moment, and also that it doesn't give a clear indication as to where those NPLs are. So some of the analysis that's come through has said basically a number of the smaller banks with poor credit checking capabilities have seen a significant rise in terms of NPLs, which is one of the reasons why a number of banks have tried to limit the overall real estate exposure that some of those smaller banks are able to have. Now turning to the three-year lines. So again, the three-year lines was introduced in the second half of 2020. So this attempts to look at developers' financing position from 3 different perspectives. One is the debt to assets, which should be held below 70%. The net gearing ratio, which should be held below 100%. And also the cash to short-term debt, which should be higher than 1%. So if you cross any of those lines, that's a red mark, and the red mark determines how much expansion in terms of debt you're able to issue over that year period compared to, I believe it's 2019 figures. So what we've taken here is we looked at 84 different firms and tried to plot out their location on so the first and the third indicator here to try and give a sense about what percentage of the larger developers, larger listed developers actually fall foul of these red lines, and how far they fall foul of these red lines as well. So if you look at the bottom right hand corner, so if you're looking at a debt to asset greater than 70% and a cash to short term debt less than 1%, then obviously both you're heavily indebted and also that you don't have enough short term cash on hand. And so there may be some liquidity issues as well, or the ability to pay off some of that debt in the short term. And so that will be the area that some of the developers in the may So some of the developers that are making the headlines at the moment. But as you can see, a large percentage of developers still have cash short-term debt in excess of 1. So these are the guys that are unlikely to be able to pay off any of the debt that is coming due over the next year or so. And while there are a number of developers who have debt-to-asset ratios in excess of 70%, there's only a few who tend to have debt-to-asset ratios above 80% at the moment. Again, these guidelines were issued second half of 2020, and we have started to see developers taking actions to try and bring themselves in line with those 3 red lines. So you can see a number of developers there who are just skirting both the cash short-term debt and also the debt-to-asset ratios, and so they're trying to bring themselves within line, also in line with some of the recent guidelines. However, this obviously does take time, given the size of these developers and the lead time that is required. Now, aside from some of the more traditional financial sectors, such as the bond or the banking sector, one of the other key sources of financing for the Chinese real estate market is really the pre-sale market. So these are some of the figures about total residential sold and the percentage of that residential which is actually pre-sale. This data is actually from the National Bureau of Statistics. So we see that back in 1999, we can actually see that pre-sales accounted for roughly about 40% of all residential sold. But actually over the last couple of decades, we've seen that figure continue to increase, with the figures in 2020 indicating that roughly 90% of residential properties sold were actually pre-sales. Now, when a development sold pre-sale, the developer gets the full amount, so the down payment from the individual buyer and also the mortgage financing from the bank if that's taken, and there are relatively few restrictions in terms of what they can do with that financing. So it is believed that a number of developers may take that financing and reinvest that in their future developments. So there are some concerns about how that money is being used, and one of the regulations which is being talked about at the moment is potentially more controls over pre-sales. If properties are pre-sold, then those pre-sale proceeds should be held against the development to assist in terms of completion of the development, such that they can be assured of the handover of the development to the eventual home buyers. Now, looking briefly at the impact that the recent slowdown in terms of the residential market has had, we're looking here at monthly transaction volumes for about 67 cities throughout China. So this information is from Soufeng. So you can see there on the far right, we start to see a fall in terms of monthly transaction volumes from a sort of a peak of around about 50 million square meters per month for those 67 cities, down to the current levels of around about sort of 35 million or so, so about 50 million drop in terms of total sales. Obviously, last year, immediately after COVID-19, we did see a resurgence in terms of transaction volumes. And so a lot of the year-on-year comparison is off a relatively high base when you compare it to the situation that we saw back in 2017, 18, 19, where the average monthly transaction volumes are much closer to around about sort of 35 to 40%. So if you do compare sort of monthly transaction volumes at the moment compared to sort of 18, 19, then they are still off, and we are still seeing a decline on a month-to-month basis, particularly through sort of September, October, which tend to be a sort of relatively strong residential sales period in the past. So there are still some concerns. However, we are still seeing, as I said, sort of roughly sort of 30 to 35 million square meters of residential being sold in a number of these markets. Now, again, there may be individual stress for particular developers. Certainly some of the developers who have made the headlines, there may be some concerns that the developers aren't able to complete the properties, and so maybe pre-sales or the sale of properties from those developers may be more challenging. However, generally speaking, we are still seeing a number of units being traded. And also, if we then look at what impact that has had in terms of the pricing of residential properties. So again, this is information from CRIC. So if we look at the top 100 cities in terms of residential markets, then we have certainly seen markets like Shenzhen, also markets like Xiamen actually see a slowdown in terms of price growth. If you look at year-on-year figures, then the vast majority of cities are still seeing year-on-year growth. Again, we are starting to see some of the smaller cities, so Yantai, some of the northern markets, actually seeing a slight decline, but the vast majority is still holding relatively firm in terms of first-hand pricing at the moment. Again, news headlines will indicate that certain developments are offering sort of 20-30% discounts, and that certainly may be the case. But when you try and look at the entirety of the market, or especially looking at this data anyway, then you do see on a year-on-year basis at least that prices are still holding up. Monthly or more recently, there have been, obviously, even from the National Bureau of Statistics, indications that a number of cities are starting to see declines in terms of pricing. However, that is in the single digits at the moment when you look at this at a city level basis. Now, why is the property market so important in China? Well, just for sort of 4 key reasons in particular. The first one really is that the real estate market does make up a significant percentage of the overall economy. By some estimates, it's sort of roughly 25 to about 30% of the economy, both in terms of direct and indirect contribution. It is also one of the largest employers in terms of the country. In the country, the local governments are heavily reliant upon land sales for revenue, in some cases accounting for a third to a half in terms of total revenues. And obviously that then pays for infrastructure investment, pays for a lot of the services provided at a local level. So incredibly important, especially given the fact that a number of the local governments have issued a lot of debt in terms of these local government financing vehicles, which they need to pay off as well. And then also the final point there is just the incredible amount of personal wealth that is tied up in terms of the property market. So by some estimates, 3/4 in terms of Chinese household wealth is actually tied up in property. And so if there is a meaningful correction in terms of pricing, then that has a significant impact in terms of the net worth of the population, or how wealthy they feel, and that can then have immediate impacts in terms of consumer expenditure, and then impact other parts of the economy as well. So what are some of the issues? So I've tried to highlight some of the issues over the last few slides. However, just sort of looking at a summary of that and then adding a couple other additional points. One of the key issues is just the fact that there does seem to be an over-reliance into the real estate for the overall economy as a whole. So it contributes, as I said, to 25 to 30% of the overall economy, which is significantly higher than in a number of other countries. There is a potential for overbuild, maybe not in every location. However, if you look at the pace of urbanization at the moment, it's slowing down, but the pace in terms of new construction is not necessarily in terms of the total square meter being developed. And so in some markets, we may just need to see an overall reduction in terms of the scale of development, and a bigger focus in terms of asset management, looking after the assets which are currently there. Another point is just that the pricing is very high. Maybe for a number of the lower tier cities, it's not high in an international context. However, if you then start to compare that to local household incomes, if you compare that to the cost of debt for financing for mortgages, if you compare that to the rental yields, then they are relatively high compared to the rental value you can get from that, or the cost in terms of the financing to actually buy with debt. And then if you look at some of the leading cities, Shanghai, Beijing, Shenzhen, then they are so comparable, even more expensive than some of the leading international cities globally as well. Also, there is some talk, obviously some belief that property has contributed to inequality, so the difference between households that own property and that don't own property has widened the inequality gap between different households as well. And then some of the regulations and some of the practices that developers have taken on as well are questionable. So if you look at sort of they've been overly aggressive in terms of their business expansion, not necessarily thinking in the longer term, but thinking about short term and about taking market share. And then obviously, as I said, there's whether there is adequate financing to complete existing developments, and whether they take the pre-sales from one development to reinvest in future developments as well. So there's some things like that which the new regulations should hope to deal with to a certain extent as well. So what are some of the policies? So again, we talked about these briefly, but so the bank lending restrictions, both to developers and home buyers from a mortgage perspective. The 3 red lines, so the debt to asset ratios, the net gearing, the cash to short-term debt ratios, and trying to encourage developers to bring their current financial position back into a more healthy perspective. And then also land purchases as well, so reduce the ability to be able to leverage, reduce property input costs, so particularly land values, trying to bring those land values down, because the belief is that if you bring the land values down, then the eventual property prices will be lower and therefore be more affordable to potential home buyers as well. So really trying to control the land cost to control property prices. And then one of the other really important things is to develop the leasing market as a viable alternative for individuals to home ownership. So historically, there's not been much institutionalized leasing market. So it's been individuals, the yields have been so low that they've been unwilling to proactively look at the leasing market. I mean, if you're generating just 1.5%, 2% the value of the property, your mortgage financing is maybe 4 or 5%. Then is there a significant incentive to actually look at the leasing market from a buy-to-let perspective, or bring in any professional managers to help you to manage those properties? So again, if you reduce the input costs, you get developers and investors, institutions to actually acquire and manage and lease out properties, then you can improve the quality of the overall leasing market. And then a couple of the things which are being talked about at the moment, property tax. So again, we've had pilot schemes in Shanghai and Chongqing since 2011. However, there is further talk about rolling that out into other locations. That has been announced over the last few months. No specific details at the moment, but the hope here is to reprioritize government, reprioritize what the government's trying to do, and so have them be less focused in terms of land sales, but more in terms of creating value within the existing communities, and then encourage people to obviously to invest in the local community, and encourage them to look at recurrent incomes versus forcing them to look at land sales to generate revenue, and also to increase holding costs, so therefore reduce speculation. Obviously, if you increase the holding costs in your own 10 properties, then you're more likely to either get greater value out of that through leasing those units, or potentially sell down some of those units, and so then redistribute some of the stock to people that do want to buy property as a primary residence. So there is some encouragement there as well. And then the last one there was just the pre-sale restrictions. So again, to reduce the risk of failure to complete properties. Now moving on to what the government is likely to do with the current situation. So some people initially thought that there may be a bailout in terms of some of the key developers, given the fact that they were too big to fail, or they had backed by certain local governments. But I think that there is too much of a risk in terms of moral hazard, and we can't continue with the current framework. And so the government does want to force investors to better price risk, and for corporates to be more active in terms of controlling their over debt levels, and understanding that will have an impact in terms of their ability to be able to issue new debt in the future. So a bailout is very much unlikely. Obviously, a hands-off approach, a complete hands-off approach, is unlikely as well, given the fact that there is a risk in terms of contagion, and we are starting to see that to a certain extent, where bond investors are saying, look, I'm just wiping my hands with Chinese developer debt completely. So that complete hands-off approach is also not something that's likely. So sort of a structured asset restructuring is something that's more likely to happen. So again, making certain guarantees, not necessarily to the company per se, but to the supply contracts or the employees in terms of paying outstanding wages for the labourers, to honour some of the pre-sold residential units to make sure they're completed, and home buyers who've put their hard-earned money at risk to actually buy those developments. So that's what. So the government is likely to support that, either directly or indirectly. But it may be some of these investors and developers who have to come sort of agreement in terms of repayment terms, and again that is to encourage them to better price risk in the future, and to do greater due diligence in terms of who they're lending to and the financial position that those corporates are in. So what are the long-term implications of what we're experiencing at the moment? So obviously some developers in a weaker financial position may be acquired, so there may be more M&A activity. There may be some developers go bankrupt, and so we are likely to see greater developer consolidation, especially if some of the leading developers are still able to get cheap financing and therefore expand and take on additional market share. We are likely to see slow pace in terms of development, so developers are being less aggressive, especially in terms of some of the recent land sales. They may be looking more towards asset management, recurrent income streams, and obviously with reduced debt levels means that they can't grow at the same rate as they have in the past. There may be some additional price weakening, particularly in terms of some of the lower tier cities where developers may have to discount assets to accelerate sales, and maybe there had been slightly more speculative investments. However, we do feel that some of the first tier cities still do have a high degree in terms of self-use demand, end-user demand, and so those locations are likely to see slightly firmer pricing. Potentially there may be a need for guarantors or insurance in terms of some of the counterparty risks, and there will definitely be some greater regulatory scrutiny going forwards as well to make sure things don't get out of hand again. And just my final slide here. Many people have been talking about a correction in the real estate market for the last couple of decades. There have been minor corrections, but there's not been anything significant that we've sort of swung back relatively quickly. So we've seen a sort of policy tightening, the market cooling down, the policy loosening again, and the property market rolling back into a very strong position again. However, is this likely to happen this time? Many people say, yeah, well, a few months ago anyway, people seem to say, yes, look, the government will back off again and the property market will recover. However, is this time different? Are we truly seeing a pivotal turning point in terms of real estate market? And that is certainly something that I think that there are imbalances that need to be addressed, and this would be as good a time as any to start to try and address some of those issues. It will be painful, but hopefully it will be much better for the long run in terms of the real estate market. As I said, a shift from development to asset management, a shift from more reckless expansionary growth towards something that's much more conservative and level-headed in terms of expansion and the property market as a whole. And with that, I would like to thank you all very much for listening to my presentation. If you do have any questions, please feel free to reach out and contact me. Thank you.
This is Syed from Alif Technologies. I'm the CEO of Alif Technology based in UAE and have an office in Canada also by the name of Alif Technology. We are a tech company. I'm the CEO of that company. Today, I'll be talking about the PropTech, property technology, which means the usage of technology in the real estate department. The value of the world real estate reached approximately 320.5 trillion in 2020, a 5% increase in 2019 level and a record high. The growth have driven by the residential, which is far by the largest real estate sector, accounting for 79% of global real estate value. The real estate account for 13% of GDP, global GDP. However, the productivity and technological growth have been relatively slow compared to the other industry, which companies initially struggling to mobilize its technology strategy quickly enough to manage the change. Real estate is not known as an industry which rapidly embraces changes. The nature of the asset class, which comprise large heterogeneous asset traded in largely private market, is perhaps a good reason for this. Homes may be a too important part of private portfolio to make any risk which process hereby it's traded, held or valued. The emergence of technologies that drive innovation in the real estate industry is known as PropTech. The traditional real estate industry may be disrupted by the emerging technology innovation. However, historically, the industry has been resistant to adopt modern technology and revolution in the market. This is the figure that graph. You can see the sets and the subsets. There is in PropTech, there is an overlapping of Fintech, legal tech, shared economy, real estate Fintech, and the construction contract. The PropTech, the elevation have been evolved, been classified the World Economic Forum into three major categories. PropTech 1.0 began in the mid-1980s, driven initially by the rise of personal computer and the associated software. Microsoft Excel became the essential tool for this computing and analytics for the real estate analytics, and the regression modeling become standard. Then comes the PropTech 2.0, new services been based on data analytics and the private listing of the residential properties. Now the current the era is for the PropTech 4.0. New players focusing on emerging technologies such as drone, virtual reality and augmented reality, as well as the blockchain. This era have begun since 2014. PropTech 4.0 will probably be driven by the global pressures of climate changes, rapid urbanization, enabled through the maturing of exogenous technology, including Internet of Things, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and blockchain. Let's talk about the PropTech, and this there will be about the real estate market. There are three verticals for the PropTech technologies. The property is mainly divided into residential, commercial, and agriculture properties. There are mainly four functional dimensions of this industry, which include sale, rent, development, management of the real estate properties. However, there are three PropTech verticals which can be defined as real estate Fintech, sharing economy, smart buildings, and smart cities. Real estate Fintech explain the financial technology in the real estate market. The industry of finance is not only the industry that have been disrupted by the Fintech. Real estate industry has also been faced drastic changes due to the emergence of these technologies. Amazon, PayPal, online banking, answering the question how technology can make real estate transaction more efficient, how can capital be raised efficiently, how Fintech can bring investor together with the real estate manager, how can they bring real estate investor closer to the product, and how they can make the process more efficient. This is all about real estate Fintech. Next is the share economy, which suggests the idea of shared workspaces, shared warehousing, other increased lending between the individual. For example, Airbnb, alternative of hotels, WeWork, shared office spaces, shared warehouses, and peer-to-peer lending. We have seen shared economy movement, whereas the fintech is about the ownership of the real estate. Share economy movement is about the use of real estate, occupation of the real estate. So who occupies the building? We have seen shared economy express itself with car through Zipcar, asset heavy, Uber, asset light, and we have seen same thing in the real estate. So Airbnb is probably the flagship of an asset light shared economy model for residential property. Hotel, hospitality, residential. WeWork are asset heavy example of shared offices uses with a big brand now. Finally, the smart building and the smart cities refers to any type of infrastructure that uses sensors, automation technology to control the physical operations of a building, like havoc, lightning, securities, for example, basically pertaining to the energy saving. This is the third vertical, is to do with the management of the building, the operation of the building. Given that the majority of us have signed up to the idea that we need to save energy and we need to reduce carbon emission, when we think about those emission comes from, it's not from the car only, it's building. 50% of emissions came from the building. So can we cut down? So how can we cut down this emissions, this carbon emission? This lead to with wholly positive development of sensors, sensitive lighting sensors, switching of heating and cooling. Now the technology that drives the deployment of PropTechs include blockchain, big data, predictive analytics, virtual and augmented reality, artificial intelligence, and chatbot. Let us start with the first technology, which is making the disruption throughout the world, and so many people are talking about it. It's the blockchain. The blockchain inherent system of trust make it ideal technology for real estate. Real estate companies all over the globe are using blockchain, smart contract, and ledger ability to transparently and efficiently facilitate renting, buying, investing, and even lending. There are three ways that the blockchain will change the real estate market: expediting the process, reducing the fraud, and offering total transparency. One of the main reasons the buyer and the seller have traditionally used escrow and the third-party verification is to reduce the chances of either parties being burned by the real estate fraud. Using the blockchain, people could create a digital identity for real estate asset as well as for themselves as the buyer or the seller. In this way, the mortgage process, the transfer of ownership could be seamless and much faster than it's today. For the buyer, their credit history and income could be instantly verifiable as well, avoiding time-consuming trip to the bank, lawyers, and real estate agent. Homeowners could be able to prove their ownership of their property backed up with easily digestible record of their time there. Houses, could effectively be given their own digital identity, which could include the chain of ownership, a document list of repairs and refurbishment, projected costs associated with the owning and running of the house. The example of firms and using this blockchain, the number one which comes on mind is the way land department employing this consensus-based private network to automate or optimize end-to-end real estate business process using the blockchain technology. A blockchain is a distributed database that maintains a continuous growing list of records or blocks secured from tampering and revisions. Each block contains a time stamp, a link to a previous block. By design, blockchain inherent resistance to the modification of the data. Once recorded, the data in block cannot be altered retrospectively. Dubai Land Department implying a blockchain in three initiatives: ownership verification in DLD, mobile application, property sale by developer, and smart leasing, targeting the improvement of providing the services, improving collaboration with the other parties involved, in the real estate market and to create a secure digital asset. The other example is Property Club based in New York. The Property Club utilizes the blockchain to refine the manners in which the individual showcase, scan, purchase or sell or put resources into the property, utilizing smart contract, organization leads land exchange carefully, utilizing digital form of money like Bitcoin or their own property coin. The other things which is technology which is making disruption in the prop tech is big data and predictive analytics. One on the off chance that we need to beat the opposition, fusing information explanation is a fantastic spot to begin. Very often we have demonstrated customers a house that checks all their list, yet despite everything doesn't appear to like it. Frequently, purchaser don't have a clue what they need until they see it physically. That is the place enormous information and prescience investigation become an integral factor, since about everything utilizes innovation. There is a monstrous measure of data being produced and gathered every day. Specialists can utilize information to help coordinate houses with purchaser, anticipate market value patterns, and in any case show sign of improvement and read on the condition of the nearby land. By getting together over the significant time spent information, they can foresee shopper conduct and tie down choices, keeping you one straight in front of the opposition. There are several different ways Persian investigation that change the real estate business is updating the purchaser search, which is demonstrating how purchaser can acquaint with new neighborhood or home style when they are indicated properties that coordinate their ways of live state of their hunt rules, arranging and sending new development, business extension, utilizing persistent examination. You could survey everything from nearby turnover to operate to purchase portion in various zones to decide following the hot market that fit your strength or brand, financial enrolling, and then lastly the home improvement ROI. The next technology which is disrupting the prop tech is artificial intelligence and chatbot. With respect to real estate, several organizations began to utilize AI and chatbot to build deals and improve result by understanding the client need. Artificial intelligence and chatbot can be changing advancement for the real estate business. The AI innovation have just brought up such arrangement as driverless vehicles and clean street that totally change the coordination segment. When a customer communicate for a property, you will need to react rapidly. In synapses following are the ways of AI and chatbot are upsetting the real estate market is property management, virtual assistant 24/7, which is by chatbot, deal matching, finding the right properties, and the construction automation, in which you can see that bio.com and other things in UAE, they are operating, and these search engines to find and match the buyers and the sellers. Then lastly, the most important thing which is disrupting the prop tech is the virtual and augmented reality. Virtual and augmented reality are often a new way of using artificial intelligence to visualize what could previously have been in two-dimensional floor plan, photos, offering an interactive three-dimensional video model of a piece of real estate, which is capable of being accessed remotely and cheaply. Combined with BIM, this VR and AR are enabling architecture to provide near real interpretation of the design, and can help eliminate the wasted trips and site visit, and while also being increasing use to virtually design and furnish fit out prior to the commencement. Perhaps the largest breakthrough in AR is augmented reality come from the mass rollout of 5G. The increased processing power enabled the latest generation on digital connectivity and encourage the widespread adoption of this smart glasses. The use of augmented reality in real estate helps to visualize how your dream house look like, and they can view your digital created home on a plot and get an exact idea of what they are buying. With the help of virtual reality, home buyer can visit property virtually from anywhere by simply putting on VR headsets. Client can experience a massive three-dimensional walkthrough of properties. Most importantly, buyer can visit multiple properties while in the comfort of their home. With AR and VR technology, real estate agency can reach buyer global at the global level, and there is no boundary or restriction while using the technology. This technology will let buyers visualize how their property look like. It helps buyer to build a emotional connection with the properties. VR biggest strength is the ability to provide potential a client with realistic and immersive experience. Real estate marketer can wisely use the strength to their advantage by giving client a chance to thoroughly explore the property before making their decision. So these are the technologies which we have gone through that one. If you want to see that how this VR and AR working, you can check out PropTech Group IQI and their 360 project house tour features for a deeper understanding of the virtual house tour, or you can watch some videos which is posted on the YouTube. Now there is one lastly thing which is just come in recently time. If you have heard of that one, which will, I think, in the future of PropTech, and it will be PropTech, I think 4.0 is going to be happen. That one, this is the metaverse. You have heard this name from the blockchain, the Facebook owners about that one. The metaverse today is understood as the combination of virtual and augmented reality and videos, where people can live in virtually programmed and developed world that is different from reality, but it's built by taking inspiration from a real world around us. And there's something called Decentraland, a decentralized Ethereum blockchain network based virtually reality platform that enables user to purchase parcel of three-dimensional virtual space in metaverse. You can check the metaverse properties. The metaverse properties, the leading virtual company offering exposure to bargaining industry via metaverses. There they are buying and selling of virtual real estate across the metaverses. Development of virtual land, which brings help bring your dream to life, and expert level of consulting for all major metaverses. So these are the things: marketing and advertisement of business in metaverses through the push of this new technology and opportunity. Marketing is more accessible and fresher than ever. The metaverses open the door for an exuberant amount of new method and technology for market to utilize for to market the brand and product and service. So these were the technology, and then we see that how PropTech investment is affecting in Asia Pacific as is relevant to understand that PropTech investment. You can see that total PropTech investment in 2018 around it was $3.2 billion in funding, and 700 million was in China, 101 million was in Northeast Asia, and then 94% of the Chinese millennium in next 5 years they are looking to buy their own houses. Then $928 million PropTech funding in India, and 60 million are projected to buy home from 2018 to 2026 in India. So these are some figures. You can see that how much prospect the PropTech investments have in Southeast Asia. And let us look at the next thing is that PropTech unicorns. You can see that the companies in 2019 figures, end of 2018, there are a number of companies which are the PropTech unicorns, and in which includes from USA, China, and India, and one company from India and one company from Philippines. Majority of the companies from US and China, and in which Airbnb have 29 billion. And I think that by the end of 2021 or 22, this figures will be doubled. And lastly, that we see that IQI Global, this is one of the fastest growing prop tech company in Southeast Asia, and hopefully they will be in unicorn soon, and they have already grown bigger in 2019 by joining heads with Joai.com from China's largest online marketplace. So thank you very much for listening and watching me, and if you have any question and queries, you can drop me email, or we'll be sharing the information to you, my email and contact details. Thank you very much. Bye. This is Syed Asif.
Hello everyone, I hope you're having a great time at the ADAPT Convention 2021. I'm extremely honored to be a part of this convention along with many other great panelists and also speakers. I hope you're having a good time. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting me to be a part of this event. I'm Kavita Maheendran, Vice Secretary of Malaysian Youth Council, and today I'll be speaking on topic Staying Human in the Digital Age. Whether we realize it or not, we are stuck in a rat race, either chasing for wealth, climbing the career ladder, aiming to live our dreams through it, and perhaps this is the only way we make our ends meet in this day. Keeping up with busy schedule, work piling every day, managing daily tasks can be daunting. Then we thought, why worry when there's an app for everything? As technology takes on a greater share of the work, employers are reshaping jobs to focus on tasks that humans are uniquely qualified to do. The McKinsey Global Institute projects that demand for social, emotional, and advanced thinking skills will grow rapidly, right behind the basic digital skills that are now table stakes for every career. The digital world maybe counterintuitively requires us to be more human. In his new book, Human Work in the Age of Smart Machines by Lumina Foundation CEO Jamie Marisotis offers that human work blends human traits like compassion, empathy, and ethics with our developed human capabilities like critical analysis, interpersonal communication, and creativity. A liberal arts education is how we explore what it means to be human. We learn how to communicate ideas, solve problems, and form values by wrestling with texts and discussing them with our peers. The words liberal arts do not often generate the same enthusiasm as coding bootcamps. Among people trying to burnish their resumes, however, a liberal arts education is a mighty approach. Dare I say, a timeless approach to teaching the deeper human skills people need to thrive. A digital world creates a tremendous opportunity for world-class liberal arts institutions like the University of Virginia to weave together human and digital skills for students in new, compelling ways. This is easier said than done. Liberal arts, technical, and professional education can rarely coexist, often retreating to separate corners of the proverbial house. But for tens of millions of Americans, disentangling human and digital skills is no longer possible. And this is applies the same to the rest of us in the rest part of the world. In a world of endless possibilities with the presence of technology, we were quick to adapt and adopt of what is being offered. From using the latest device to revolutionizing market trends and trade networks, we become more and more dependent on them. You and me, we begin the day by scrolling through feeds and ending the day doing the same. Instead of asking, "Hi, Mom, how are you doing today?" we go, "Hey, Siri, how's the weather like today?" The emergence of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning blurs the boundaries between human and machine. With this deep, immersive behavior into technology, we are slowly forgetting the beautiful values that makes us humans. When we are going out for a jog, we stay disconnected from the world by plugging in earphones. When we are at the dinner table, we stay disconnected from the people next to us by constantly updating on our social media platforms instead. When we are going for medical checkups, we stay disconnected from what the doctor advises, but instead trust the diagnosis written on some online article. While understanding what technology can do is a must, so too is understanding human intelligence. It's equal. Our intelligence combines both cognitive and sensory abilities, something that artificial intelligence, despite its speed and computational power, still struggles with. There are attributes that are uniquely human, and roles that depend on these qualities will continue to need people to carry them out. One of these attributes is ingenuity, the ability to use things in a new way. When is the last time a robot surprised you? That's not what they designed to do, but people surprise us all the time. We invent things, put seemingly incompatible ideas together, and create something entirely new. Empathy is another. Think about the difference a good doctor can make to your health, or how your favorite teacher made you feel, or the last time someone in customer service made you smile. People do that, but machines, they can't. We choose to stay connected to our virtual world while disconnecting from our real world. Receiving a Facebook like will never feel the same as a hug. We are the species that are given the privilege to feeling emotions. Let's not lose that. We are the ones who choose how we use technology. So let's make it work and take this as a reminder to not lose the rest of our lives by losing ourselves into the digital world. Take a step back and look at how we can make things right again. I'm not here speaking against technology at a tech convention. What an irony. This digital age has enabled many businesses, built communities, opened possibilities, and realized dreams. And this extends to creating real communities in the digitally dominated world we live in. There are many other small communities who are still struggling to have basic needs. We are not giving importance to what is harming us all, like climate change. we are not taking a moment to see the world around us. So, the next time you are at the dinner table, meeting people, or walking down the street with phone in hand and eyes down, I urge you to take a minute to look up. Think on how you can bring smallest change to those who need it with the use of technology. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Victor Lim. I'm Group Vice President of IQI Global. I'm also the co-founder of IQI Dreammakers team. Today I'm going to share with you 9 steps to become an excellent marketer. The basic concept of marketing is to discover the potential customer of your product or your industry, to find out the potential customer and link them to become your buyer, to become the people that buy your product or buy your ideas. Okay, after that they buy your products, you need to build them to become your loyalty members for your long-term business growth. This concept can be success, okay, or we can have a winning success if we can split the activities, the process into 3 steps, okay, into 3 process, where it's about early preparation. Okay, before we want to launch the marketing, we must study the product or the industry that we're doing, and we understand well how the product grows, the SWOT analysis of these products. Okay, after that, we have to know the objective of the marketing. We need to clear that objective, that what we need to do on this whole process. For me, it's very important that we can find our potential customers with the efficient cost. Third, we need to lock our potential customer. We must understand well who our customers, okay? Because different products have different age of customer, different behavior of customers. So we must lock and select our potential customer, the audience. Before I share you the 9 steps of marketing, I need you to understand the concept of marketing, okay? The concept of marketing is to discover the potential market of your product and industry, turn the potential into buyers who buy your product or they buy your ideas. And then you need to build them to become your loyalty customer, the loyalty members that they can help you for a long-term growth in your business. To make the ideal concept, I will split the process of the marketing into 3 steps. We have an early preparation of the marketing. Before we sell a product or we sell ideas, we need to understand the item itself. What is the SWOT analysis, the strength, the weakness of the product? From there, we want to create our winning strategy for the product. And we must understand the objective, the main objective of the marketing itself. Are we selling? Are we promoting? Are we create the interest of the product? What is our objective? Are we doing for the next step? And the third process is to targeting. After we know our objective of the product that we're selling, how can it help the markets? So we need to know who we want to target. This product, these ideas is suitable for who? Okay, because we have different kind of people, we have different type of age and location of the products, and we need to find our target audience, and we want to market them. So we need to create the interest for them. This is so important. Step 1. Target market. You need to think about this. Who is your ideal customer? What is your target market? Because in the market, we are a lot of people. But who are you looking at? And what you emphasize for your strategy? Are you looking at to sell the value? Or you want to emphasize on the price? or you are selling the branding. If you are selling the treadmills, maybe you are looking at young energetic woman group that they are looking for healthy life, someone who loves to sport, and then this group, maybe you have a better chance to closing, then we will select it and we will create all the marketing towards this group. Just focus on this group. Step number 2, deliver message. This is about how you wrapping your products with message. You need to wrap the product that you're selling with punch point, the pain point of your customer. What that bring problem for them, you need offer them solution. Wrap your package with the product that you're selling, the idea you're selling, with a solution for your customer. Let them know through the message that you're giving how the solution that you can help them, can solve their problem, can make them life better if they choose your products. This is very important. Wrap it with all the solution, with the ideas that you have. Deliver the message to the public, to the target audience that you have selected. Step 3 is about delivery platform. Which platform channel that you will choose in social media to deliver your message to the target audience that you have choose. For me, I will find the balance of the efficient cost also, because it's very important in marketing. What have I used in the last 2 years? I have a few social media that I found about Facebook. Facebook give me a good result where the customer can accept the property price that medium high range, okay, is medium high range, and they will ask the question through the Facebook, and they can close on the spot in the Facebook. And second audience is about Instagram. Instagram is more on the youngsters, then they can accept more on the photo. They like to see the nice photo, and they will create their interest with nice photo. The third platform is about YouTube. YouTube customers are more conscious. They have do the study through on the online platform, the articles, everything, and maybe they also visit the products before, and they continue study, and they found my YouTube channels, and they want to learn more, all the video, all the process in the YouTube. And I found that when I meet them, it's very easy to closing compared to other platforms where I found that YouTube audience, YouTube customer are most study on the product itself before they come to me. The last is about the new trend of TikTok. TikTok, I found that after I tried the TikTok and the customer come to me are more on youngsters, and they are first time buyers, or they are first time potential customer that explore this product. But they are attracted by the fun video, they are attracted by the new idea of that we provide to them, the branding, the ideas, the package, the concept that we give to them. They are easily accept the ideas, and then they engage to us. Step 4, attract funnel system. You need to think about this, how you want to make your customer buy your ideas, buy your concept, and take your solution. I will suggest you give some free service for your customer, like free consultation, simple preview, okay, some trial class for your customers. If you are selling food service line, you can give some free menu for your customer to try it. Okay, and but before you give, make sure they register their detail for you. They register your phone number, their email to you, and you have collect all their data. At least you know who your customer are. After that, you have the data, then you can continuous to follow up with them, build the trust, and build the confidence with customers, and then only we go into the next step. Number 5 is about the operation system. After the customer register all the data with you, how you want to manage it, how you want to make them like your service and continue support you, and continues the love of your product, the branding continues grow. And you need to think about this. So my suggestion is you provide the extra service of your products, okay, for them, for the market, and the service that you can give. Example, you can update them the latest market study, the market report for them time to time, and you can provide them free consultation service time to time, and maybe the promotion update. Okay, what is the best and newest in the market now? You can provide them, okay, in e-newsletter, email marketing, or WhatsApp marketing. Actually, all this can do in automation nowadays. Go for it. And from here, you can continuously build the trust and the love. You need to gain a lot of love from your audience for your branding and your products. Step number 6 is about closing strategy. How far are you now from closing your customer? How far are you from make them make the decision to buy your idea, to buy your products? I always believe it's very easy when we can face up with our customers face to face. We can improve the closing rate. But with current trend of market, we have a lot of video conference tools like Zoom, WhatsApp call, WeChat, Skype. These all can help us to meet our customer even they are at a far distance. But before we face our customers, it's very important that we prepare all the questions that might be raised by our customers. We prepare it first before we meet them. Always ready all the questions with answer and solution for your customer. So when they ask you in the conference, you can answer them easily. And I always like to prepare a set of FAQ for my customer. Okay, this is very important. With the FAQ, we can smoothen the process. We can show our customer it's very easy, like we already have a question that what people ask, and we make the process very easy. Okay, you can follow this step to step and can buy or entry our business or buy the products. That's very important. You can try it. Number 7, VIP service. After the customer purchase your product, they become your buyers. How you let them feel premium. This is very important. Remember these 3 keywords: done, sing, felt. Whatever you done for your customer, did for your customer, you need to sing it and let them feel you. For me, I like to do a series of video that the service that I provide for customers. I will do something like education about my products. Okay, maybe how to use the product, how to maintain the products, this step by step, the video. And then I will send privately to the customers through email or through WhatsApp, time to time. Okay, my monthly or weekly, I will send to them. And I let them feel that I am special, do for them individually. I will done all this, I will sing, I will tell them, I want them to feel this is the special service that I give. On festival time, I will do a special video for them also. And when their birthday, I will do a special video for them. This is what the special, I want to make my customer feel they are my VIP. They are so important to me. This is a service that we can provide for our customer. And then we can follow up with our customer that have buy our products. We want to always, I like to always ask them after they use, what the comment, how I can help them improve it. This is the service, the follow-up that we can give them, offer to them, and make them continue support us and feel premium with us. Step number 8 is about continuous value. Now there is a group of VIP in your hand. How are you going to continuously make business or make profit from this group of VIP? Few tips that I want to provide to you. Number 1, you can think of to add value to this VIP service. What else product or service that you can provide to package together in your VIP service? Maybe this product can solve their problem, add value for them. Number 2, you can provide VIP discount that the customer that continuously support you, buy your products. This can prevent them from buying from your competitor. Number 3, first to know the new products. This is very important. The VIP should have the priority to know every new launch of your new product or your new ideas. Think about it. Number 9, build loyalty program in your business. How are you going to make this group of VIP to promote your product or your ideas to the public confidently? There is few tips that I want to give you. First, you can think of running a reward program for your VIP group, where when they introduce or refer a new buyer come to you and they hit certain numbers, you can give some token to them or free travel for them to encourage them to bring more new buyers for you. Tips number 2, maybe you can consider do a public talk in online social media platform where your customers, your VIP group can help you to share all this video, because in current trend that is very important that we can acknowledge our this VIP group what time that we will do the online talk. When we do the public talk, they can help us to share the videos to their Facebook, their social media, let more people to have explore to these products. Tips number 3, build your review posting, your review video by the true story of your customer after they experience your product, your solution, that we can do a short video or the photo with them, the story with them after they did it. Because I believe this is a true story of your customer. All their friends, their people that knowing them would like to know more about the product after their friends, the VIP have tasted it, have tried it. They are more confident on the products. I know the market is very challenging nowadays, but I believe we can overcome it if we have the correct strategy. The 9 step that I give you is just a simple strategy that you can try. No harm to try it. Let's discover a new way of marketing. See you at the success road. Thank you.
Now, we have our final of the final grand prize to be won. But first, you must answer this question. Which of the following minerals are used in making tech devices? Wow, complicated. But this is a final chance to grab your grand prize. Scan the QR code and submit your answer.
见过你的笑，永远忘不掉，缘分真奇妙，将我围绕，从此一切更好，不多不少，刚刚好。思念的煎熬，只需要捆好，适当的礼貌，甜蜜的问候，将彼此燃烧，永远没有烦恼。Baby girl， 盼你明了，请跟我一起开窍，看你扬起嘴角，使出爱情暗号，你要的我知道，爱情的入门票，要用心才看到，气球飘，拼出了爱心符号，看一眼是心跳，爱上你很美好，爱情的入门票，要深情的拥抱，下一秒定情与童话城堡，郎才女貌，继续逍遥，一生互相依靠。思念的煎熬，只需要捆好，适当的礼貌，甜蜜的问候，将彼此燃烧，永远没有烦恼。盼你明了，请跟我一起开窍，看你扬起嘴角，使出爱情暗号，你要的我知道，爱情的入门票，要用心才看到，气球飘，拼出了爱心符号，看一眼是心跳，爱上你很美好，爱情的入门票，要深情的拥抱，下一秒定情与童话城堡，郎才女貌，继续逍遥，一生互相依靠。
You're like a dream come true. Ever since I saw your eyes, I knew that it was meant to be. You and I for eternity, everlasting love faithfully. It's true, what I'm saying to you. You know deep inside this ain't a ruse, it's love. And I ain't letting this guy stop, I'm gonna try.
Baby girl， 盼你明了，请 请跟我一起开窍。看你扬起嘴角使出爱情暗号，你要的我知道。爱情的入门票，要用心才看到。气球票，拼出了爱情符号，让你有时心跳，爱上你很美好。爱情的入门票，要深情的拥抱。下一秒，定情与童话城堡，郎才女貌，继续逍遥一生，互相依靠。
Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful journey it has been these past 4 days. We have come to the end of the ADAPT International Convention 2021, and it has been an absolute pleasure for me to host it this year. So I hope you guys have had many good takeaways from this year's ADAPT, but be sure to look forward to ADAPT 2022 because it will only get bigger and bolder. So once again, I thank all of you for participating this year, and I'll see you guys next year.